Yeah. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. We had some technical difficulties in the car, which involved my phone dying. The battery ran out, even though we were trying to charge it in our defense. But here we are. We're at the headquarters for the next few hours. We are going to start having some people join the live stream, candidates and Kansas Helen, and so many different people are going to hop on, which is exciting. And we have team members here, so you don't just have to stare at just me. They might participate in conversation, so I'm not just talking to thin air.
Merlin might nap more.
Yeah. You want to start off just by taking some questions in the chat?
Sure, we can take some questions in the chat. This is what it's like to be in the real world, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's some interesting chat, and that's not. Never mind.
Oh, what are you doing over there?
Vintage evening radio jazz.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Beat is watching us.
Who's watching?
Mr. Beat is watching us.
Mr. Beat's watching. Shout out to Mr. Beat. He's like the most famous person I know right now. Congrats, Mr. Beat. No offense to the other Senate candidates.
Or the governor candidate.
Or the governor candidates. To be fair, he does have a very big following.
Okay.
Are you, Merlin? You're going to come out president after all.
Oh, God, was that me? I don't know that happens.
Well, now you heard yourself, and now you're talking about hearing yourself on camera.
I know, and I want me to do reactions to myself later. It's just going to be cringe the entire time. Nikhil tries to watch it with me there. Don't put that crap on my TV.
It's like when I used to play piano, I could play great for myself, but if you want me to sit in front of somebody, I don't know.
So awkward.
Yeah.
So awkward.
Okay, we have a question. Can you speak on what your view is in violence in the schools?
My views on violence in the schools. I want us to do everything that we can to keep our kids safe in the schools. I think that that's going to look like a lot of different things. One thing I think we need is education for the kids on how to respond to these things, how to pay attention. If you see stuff online that gives you a red flag, that causes you pause, if you overhear conversations, I think we need to have conversations with our kids about how to handle this, because I don't think we're doing that. And I don't think they know what to do. And I think that that's a big part of it. Now, as far as if we're talking about shootings go, number one, I hate using any tragedy for political fodder. So I won't speak at this point on a specific instance, but we have to come up with real world solutions on how we're going to address this issue. Now, you're not gonna take guns away from everybody. And I don't think that I've ever heard anyone that actually wants to do that. I have heard, common sense gun regulations and those things. And I think at the very least, we can all agree that there needs to be education. Not everybody grows up with that in the house. Not everybody knows how to use them. And so we have to ensure, if you are going to have access to those things, that there is some level of understanding of the seriousness of the weapon, and the damage that it can do, and how to use it and how to respect it, and how do we keep it from getting into our schools. I think that that's a big thing. I put in the metal detectors if that's what we have to do, but let's keep our kids safe. I'm watching as we spend so much money on other ways of protecting our kids, and maybe they're the best ways. I don't know. I know that my kids' schools have implemented some things, and I know that the doors are all locked and you have to go through and buzz people in and everything. But whatever it is, like, let's make sure. I didn't even want to talk to Helen, see what time she wants to come on, or just making text her. But let's do something to address the problem in our schools. And my thing is, everyone that I talk to agrees on education. No matter whether they call themselves pro 2A or not. we all agree there has to be some level of responsibility in education if you're gonna own these things. And so that's where I would like to see it started. But at least let's get to the table and have a conversation, right? Let's get everybody that is, maybe not everybody, because there's some people that are, they want to own anything that the military can have, and that's another conversation. But let's get people together and have these conversations about what can we do and how do we do it and how do we keep our kids safe. Because as a mom, I don't really care how we do it, I just care that we do it. What are your thoughts? If you want to share, I'd be happy to hear from you.
How about mandatory reporting in schools and
Mandatory reporting,
I guess for the teachers or
mandatory reporting of
the violence in the schools.
Aren't they already mandatory reporters?
Abuse.
They're
So-
mandatory reporters of abuse.
But like violence on the children to each other, I guess.
Like, yeah, probably, I would imagine, bullying.
So this is something that I have grave concerns about, is the way that the kids are treating each other in the schools, and not just in the schools, but on social media. They all have these devices now. I'll tell you as a parent, it's really hard to parent in this digital age, because even if you set boundaries, well, you don't know what the other parents are doing. And so I think that's something maybe even our PTAs could sit down and have these conversations with us. What do we as parents want to do? What do we want the standard to be for our kids in whatever age group this moment? And now I've lost my train of thought, but I do think that there is bullying that goes on that is never addressed. It's ignored. And we see it get so bad that some kids do drastic things. And this is serious. And I get it. I grew up, I was bullied, like we all were. But it seems like it rises to a whole nother level these days. And just this, they can't get away from it, and kids are afraid to go to school and all of that. And so, yeah, we've got to have conversations about what we do about that and how we ensure that our kids are safe. And I will tell you, I personally know somebody that, got into a fight at a middle school because he was called a racial slur. And he had been, I think, attacked before by the same kid, and nobody did anything. And so if we're not doing anything until it comes to a point where it's ending up violent, well, then we got to question what are we doing for these kids? What are we doing to help these kids? We got to help them manage these emotions and these big things. And I know that that's a lot to try to put on teachers. So it can't just be on teachers, because teachers already have a lot going on. And we put all of this red tape on them that they have to follow and everything else. And so there's so much time taken away from the teaching. But it's conversations that we're going to have to, as adults, come to the table and have these hard conversations so that we can figure out what we do for our kids. I will tell you that I adore the people in my kids' schools, the nurse and the counselor and everybody else. And I've had occasion to talk to all of them, whether it's parent teacher conferences or just in passing or whatever. And they love the kids. I have not met a teacher yet or a person at the school yet that I'm like, you shouldn't be here. They love the kids. And if we help them do their job better, then they'll be able to do it. But it's a societal issue. It's not up to the schools. It's up to all of us, I think. Get water.
You have to sit there for 3 hours.
I'm like, how do I sit without water? Like, how do I sit? I don't know. What do I look like? I guess I can look at my own live stream and see what I look like.
You look fine.
Oh, stop. I guess because y'all don't know my standards for myself, though.
Well,
Just don't be on camera.
looks wise or otherwise?
Anyways at all. Anyways at all. What's up, James? Are you gonna be on live stream with us?
It's his birthday request.
Is today's birthday?
Yep.
OMG! It's James's birthday. What are we gonna do?
Not
Have a
something.
live stream.
It's what he always wanted.
Oh, it's what he craves every
Come hang out with us. We're gonna let your wife pick dinner. You can maybe have an influence.
There is a message on Nation Builder, actually.
My brother said that I look awful, and he says, "Happy birthday, James." Thanks, Quinn. You're so sweet. I can always count on you.
Awesome.
My brother says, "Happy birthday."
Thank you.
I mean,
I never saw Quinn looking like. This is like.
You're like, what?
Never saw him like on his A game. When he was
Oh,
in meetings.
he just likes to be mean.
we
He's
could
just
do,
jealous.
I do have, like I said, there is a question that came in on Nation Builder. Senate Bill 244 in Kansas is the bill that requires trans people to have their birth name, their name on their birth certificate on their driver's license.
This is that new one that was implemented and where suddenly people can't drive because
Yep.
they didn't even give them a time frame to get it fixed.
Yeah, they just said one day, hey, your driver's license is expired.
Yeah, they want to know what I think about that.
Well, they say I appreciate you your specificity about that issue, and also your thoughts. So your thoughts on Senate Bill 244 and how you're planning to serve your LGBT constituents if you're elected.
So this is a question about Senate Bill 244, which, for those of you who don't know, was a bill passed in Kansas this last term that required, and make sure I'm right about this, that required that people have their birth name, the name on their birth certificate on their driver's license. So impacted transgender people specifically. I don't think it impacted, well, it didn't impact anyone else, right? So
Not people who married and have
that's what I was gonna say,
names.
is because there was no issue with married people, so there must have been something in there that really singled out that one group.
Defines the term gender to mean biological sex at birth for purposes of statutory construction, meaning
Okay.
when you're passing laws, directing the division of vehicles, so KDOT, to invalidate, and really it's the Department of Revenue that does that, but whatever, to invalidate and reissue driver's license when necessary to correct gender identification on such licenses.
So what was their justification for this? Did they even tell us? Like, was there ever an argument put forth that they used to try to justify this? Do we even know?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Can you tell me what that was?
In a minute.
Okay.
Well,
It was vetoed by the governor.
Right. And then the legislature overrode the veto, right?
And they had to do it on, I mean, everything that they did this year was on short. This was, and I believe this bill was announced like 2 days before the hearing on it. And then it got pushed through.
I remember it being, they tried to push it through really quick, and then they got so much feedback and so many comments that actually it was pushed out further because of that. And that was like, I remember that was like a huge effort on grassroots people to try to get, a comment in about it. And so, so then it pushed out, and I think I was there for part of it. I think when we were at the Capitol one day, now I don't remember what we were at the Capitol for,
the Veteran Summit, and then you ended up going to
I went with Jay to hear a little bit
Or
about it,
something
but I think we
like that.
just caught the tail end and we
Yeah.
really didn't get to hear much. Or maybe that was, I don't know. But I remember I was talking to Jay about it that day. I don't know what their arguments are in favor of it. I don't know if they have any like actual reasoning for it, which is why I asked the question, because a lot of times, they'll try to pose these arguments to try to justify what they
the
do.
bathroom bill.
And to me, I see no reason to do this except just to hurt people and to rile up people, keep them distracted from what's really going on, which is them, pushing through projects that people don't want, and not funding education, and really doing things that actually harm people on a grand scale. But they're doing this, just to single out individuals and put the focus on them so that the public isn't paying attention to what's really going on. That's the only, that's how I see it. Now, if somebody wants to explain to me a better reason for it, then we can talk about it. But to this point, and even if you do it, that changeover, like imagine just sitting there and all of a sudden, oh, now I can't drive anywhere because now my driver's license is invalid. And yesterday I could drive, tomorrow I can't. Like, that's insane.
Well, and because it is such a small proportion of the population, they feel like they can do it without having a lot of people.
They're not going to
give blowback.
That's what they do, right? It's like they try to single out these small groups to other them, to keep the focus on them, to keep the outrage towards them or whatever. And I had this conversation with somebody, and I'll just tell you, when I started this, because I'm not the kind of person that can just sit there and be quiet when I see injustices. It's not in my nature to do that. I feel like I need to be shouting for the people that I care about in their defense and whatever. But my friend who is trans told me, just don't let them bait you into that, because that's what they want, right? Is they want to keep us torn apart on these culture war issues that are hugely important to the individuals that are affected by them. But for the rest of us, allowing someone to live their life however they want to live it, however they feel, isn't that the pursuit of happiness that we're all entitled to? If that was what's making somebody happy, let them be happy. I don't care. But to me, that was just a way to hurt people. And but so that's my 2 cents on it. My friend told me try not to get hung up on it, to try not to get drawn into those arguments about it. And I do see that that's, just the other day I got into an argument with a guy who has differing political views than me. We'll put it nicely. And he was telling me about his niece or nephew who's trans. And I said, and so what? Let them be happy. If that's what makes them happy, let them be happy. What does it hurt you? And so then I could see him pause for a moment and think about it. And then he went into, well, they're indoctrinating the kids. And I was just like, I don't even think my kids know any of this. So I don't think that's happening. Like, show me that then. If that's really happening, show me. But that's not everybody I know, no matter what their demographic, just wants to live their life in peace, right? Like, we all just want to be happy. That's who we all are. We just want to take care of our family and have a work-life balance. And getting distracted with these other things, letting them walk back equal rights for people is just, I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, that's also the bill that made it illegal for you to use the restroom opposite your birth certificate sense.
Which is a whole nother can of worms, because how would you even enforce it? And I think there was a demonstration shortly after that where people went in to use the bathroom that matched their birth certificate. And, so you had women going in the men's room and men going in the women's room. And I think that that's something that, the lawmakers that did it didn't anticipate that. You want to know what I really think? I think that they're scared because they're attracted to women, and it frightens them.
You know what I remember?
That's what I think.
More about bathrooms at the Capitol. I don't remember anything except for the Republican leaving his gun in the bathroom. I don't remember any news reports about men being found in the women's, or women being found in the men.
Well, my thing is I don't care who you are. If you're going in the bathroom to do creepy stuff, well, then that should be addressed. Yeah, arrest them. But one second, we're growing up. I remember reports like they've had to put locks on doors at my mom's office growing up because some man was in there peeking over the stalls, and that was a man, right? Like, every time I hear about it, it's not some transgender person dressing up as another gender to go in the bath. That's not happening. Nobody's dressing up pretending to be something they're not just to use a bathroom. That's
Yeah.
creeps are gonna creep.
To think that somebody is going to spend years of their life trying to like transitioning just so that they can go into a different bathroom is
That's
an
nuts.
absurd
It's absurd.
concept.
It's absurd.
But one thing that also it does is it puts a target on people's back who aren't like gender conforming. You see somebody who doesn't look like
That's
what
true.
you assume that somebody walking into that bathroom should look like,
And
then they become a target. I think it's also important to remember that it puts women at risk too. If they're not a traditionally feminine looking person, are they going to have somebody who's the bathroom sheriff call them out and accuse them of being a man?
And how are and then what you gonna DNA test everybody that goes to the bathroom?
The cruelty's the point.
Yeah.
Guys, would you like to check in with our team at the Johnson County Fair in Gardner?
Yes, we would love to check it.
Oh, there we go. Very nice. Lots of goats waiting to be judged down here at the fair. Back to ultra wide. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
How's the turnout?
Welcome to the fair. We're just strolling through the goat tent right now. The goats love all the attention they're getting. Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Hi, Scott. How are you?
Yeah. Here we are back out to the main street. It's a pretty happening thing.
Have you given out any lit or yard signs yet?
I think I should be able to hear them.
You are.
Maybe not. Okay. There's a big line of people waiting for mud bobbing. And then we go back to another tent full of goats. And over here is a tent full of bunnies and hens and roosters. Yeah, I don't hear me, but I haven't handed out any lit yet because I'm walking around with my shirt on, hoping that somebody will ask me a question. But I guess, oh, here's some bunnies right here. I just want to keep moving, but most most of the people here are in line to ride sheep. I'll show you the line as I move down the bunny cages. Oh, here's the, looks like pigeons. We're getting close. Look at these two guys. Here, let me show them my shirt. Hey guys. Here's my shirt. There. Don't you think that's cool? Yeah. They can't wave, Van. Otherwise they'd wave. Okay. Well, it looks like the line's gone down some for the mud bobbing. Now, can you hear the roosters? I'm down to the rooster end of the tent. There's an awful lot of livestock here. I don't think I'll go into the carnival, but one never knows. I've just been walking around looking at all the sights to see. There was one little sick duckling, but I guess she took her out for some kind of treatment. Okay, this is the mud bobbing line. These are all people waiting to ride sheep. Never heard of mud bobbing. I have no idea. So, yep. But it's an active fairground for a Tuesday afternoon. Wish you all were here. And then head down after behind the mud bobbing line, and there's bigger goats, it looks like. Really nice. Oh, here we go. The cow tent. Lots of heifers. I don't know if you can see them or not. I can get closer. It looks like they're even playing music to keep them happy. Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing? Yeah. It is a little warm, isn't it? Sure is. There's quite a few of them here. They're about twice as big as I am. I know, you're waiting, aren't you, for something? There's people who own them, I guess, sit right across from them. So they can watch people take a stroll through all the beef. Hello! I know you can't wave back. Nice! So, here in the beef tent, it's very sparsely populated. I should probably get out where there are more folks.
Right, we're gonna have to let you go. Thank you for being out there. Yeah, can you spy down there and stuff? Do the hand sanitizer. Let's see me.
So are you guys answering questions together, or are you asking each other questions?
No, we're just gonna chat, whatever it goes. I had to promise at least one candidate that we would keep it too personal and campaign stuff, and not ask any other questions.
Hamilton?
The one that one of the teammates wants me to specifically ask a question to, I'm not allowed to ask those questions. So, thank you.
What was the question?
said, wait, where'd the cows at the state fair go? Bring them back.
Somebody said
But anyway, do we have Sandy joining us soon? Maybe
she should be. Hold on, I'll text her.
I would say we might make sure she's in the lobby before we.
I don't.
Did you
I don't see her
send?
in lobby yet. I did.
I read this platform. I didn't. It's not impressed.
Somebody
Yeah.
says vote in on August 4th.
Oh, I've asked
Yay,
questions of
thank
his
you.
campaign on a number of posts and getting.
What are we talking about now?
Sandwiches.
Well, we were talking about whether biscuits and Xavier.
Okay, are we getting Sandy? You gonna try calling her now?
Calling her right now. They're all gonna stand me up. It's coordinated effort.
Hi, this is Sandy Spidell.
Alright. Well,
We can make my family call in at these times. Quinn, you want to get on?
I'm gonna be here for this broadcast.
With decent movement with the camera and the microphone.
I see.
Rubbed his face on it to move it out of the way.
Somebody called me, I heard somebody call me Sir, and I was laughing because his name is Sir Walter Dean the Third. His name is literally Sir.
Well,
Are you ready?
Our black.
Are you ready for it?
Oh, I gotta go.
okay.
Take care of my son.
Okay.
what are you doing now, Anne? Tell the audience. Are we ordering food?
We're getting dinner for everybody that wants it.
That's in the room.
That's in the room. We're not that campaign. You'll have to find another one. I know one though.
Yeah.
Look, I have met almost all the candidates, and they'll all be better than what we got right now. I think legitimately every single one of them, except for one I have not met or spoken to.
It's probably the same one that none of the people in Kansas have actually met.
It probably. Every candidate I talk to, they're like, "Does he exist?"
Apparently he thinks he can win Kansas without doing the damn thing.
Even my what's good here, Angela? What are you getting?
She
Sean?
said everything.
Oh, okay.
I just got a 3-piece chicken.
I love their onion fries. I like their, James loves their little gravy bowl thing with potatoes and gravy. That's really good. Their macaroni and cheese, just get the barbecue sauce on the side. Everything is really good there.
And we have a comment from earlier when we showed the cats for Anne.
Cats.
Mm-hmm.
What is the comment?
Melly just said cats for Anne
Oh.
because we showed Angela's cats.
Yeah, her cat looks like my cat. One of them. Every time I see it, I think it's my cat. Okay. Who else needs to?
I need to add Terry's order. Other than that.
Well, Quinn said he doesn't want to get on because he doesn't like the sound of his voice.
Mm-hmm.
Relatable.
I don't like the sound of my voice either.
Well, thankfully, you don't actually have to hear your voice.
That's true, Quinn. You actually don't have to listen to yourself. I don't do it. I don't listen to my stuff if I can help it.
I thought you were saying you don't listen to it.
Oh, it looks like
I don't
Sandy
listen to him
just
either.
hopped on.
Oh.
Okay, let's
Okay,
see.
Sandy might be here.
Okay. All right, looks like you're on now. Say hi,
Sandy.
Hey, honey, how are you?
Oh,
I'm good. How are you?
So what's this? Tell me what's going on here. 24 hours, dear Lord,
Yeah,
honey.
this is clearly a publicity stunt, and it was not my idea because I would never agree to not sleep.
Whose
on-
idea was it?
I'm not entirely sure, but when I find out, we will. They will be hearing from me.
Okay, you're good, honey.
How's the campaign going?
It's going great. I had a luncheon today over in Waco with some very oh my gosh, it was so wonderful. It was a health group, and they were talking about art and health, which my heart, and it was so good. I have a lot of skills. You're on the trail with me, and I brag all the time, right? Because that's what we do. We have to say that we're better than any other slice of toast, right? And but I have zero artistic ability, and these are artists, if you will, that make things better for people going through healthcare crises. So it's all good.
Healthcare is a big thing that I hear from everybody. I think there's a good reason for it. Is that what you're hearing too across the state? That's one of the big ones, right?
Oh, honey, always, 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 always. And that was why I was actually I got invited over to there was a dance for the flood of 1951. My parents were actually in. They had bought, you would appreciate this. You of all the candidates would appreciate this story. That's why we need to spend a little more time together. So my parents born in 1922, right? And so they dealt with the Depression, all that, and a bag of chips. And so when they bought their first house, it was down in the bottoms in Muncie, and they traded in their motorcycle as a down payment on this half-built house that my dad finished building. And then did it get flooded in this like horrific 1951 flood? Totally did. But my dad, my son rises and sets in my father, and who's now passed, as is my mother, because they were both born in 22. And mom was a whole nother ball of wax, right? Because mamas and daughters, especially strong-willed ones, and I was adopted, but still very strong-willed. But so is that, and it's so nice. But the healthcare aspect, like I said, to your point, what we see everywhere, healthcare is such an issue everywhere, and my heart just bleeds because then we have this senator. And hold on. Oh, who's in the house? Raj.
I mean, I feel like that one's more useful than the real one, if I'm honest.
Oh my God. I mean, look at the veneers. Almost the same. Did
you get that made, or where did you find it?
Of course I did. Because, come on, honey.
No, I thought maybe he had his own line of bobbleheads for himself.
Who am I? No. He wouldn't have done it this good. No,
I agree. I agree.
I mean, it's you've seen this when we're out there talking to people, and they just are not getting what they need. And he's saying, oh, and oh my God. And when I'm working here, and I'm sure you do the same thing, I have news on in the background, and I hear him, and they were interviewing senators this week and House of Representative people, Congress people, on whether or not the president's done anything wrong. Really? and all the Republicans were like, I don't know. I think everything's been great. And he's like, there may have been something, but blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my God, how can you not even say? I really wish he would have not cut people's health care. I really wish he wouldn't have cut special education funding. I really wish he would have done X, Y, or Z that would have benefited my people, but he doesn't have that in him.
Yeah, I think I often wonder if, the politicians, when they say things, do they really believe what they're saying, or are they pretending just, to get votes? And I think for a lot of them it is. But I'll say for him, when I was out west earlier this week, last week, whenever, it all runs together. But
Oh, honey, yeah.
but I met a doctor who said that he had met Marshall before Marshall ran for Senate, and Marshall told him that he was pro-choice, but that he couldn't run, like he couldn't say that publicly. And I don't know. I can't prove it. That's what somebody told me.
But I mean, could you
It's one of those
imagine?
things.
I mean, we're women. Could you imagine him being your OBGYN? No.
No.
I mean, pro-choice or not, which we would hope he would be pro-choice, but you would think at some point he would actually take care of his patient and not be.
When I've heard, I don't think I've heard one time something good about him on a personal level, and even that person was like, "But he's a terrible senator," and nobody else that I've encountered had anything good to say about him.
And I appreciate you say that you had the one instance. We ran across one instance. We ran across a couple women that were, they said, "Oh, we're Republican." I'm like, "Well, my whole family is. They still like me." It's like, and they're like, "Oh, but we think Roger Marshall's doing good." I'm like, tell me more. You do let me hear more about what you're thinking, because I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, like I speak with, and this, like this is part of why I wanted to do it, is because I think we've got to start talking to each other again, the people of Kansas, the people of the United States, all of us, whether we're right, left, front, center, I don't care. We've got to figure out how we're going to move forward together. And there's one lady that is on the other side of the aisle, if you're going to call it that. But she's in agreement. The healthcare system as it is not working. This is not sustainable. And now she's not for, like, I'm for eventually getting to Medicare for all. I think that
I'm Medicare for all. 100%.
Yeah, I think that's the way
get
we
there.
go. I mean, we're the United States of America. Why don't we want our population to be healthy? Why don't we want the best care for everybody?
We 100% need that. I mean, it's like, come on, guys. I mean, but we need to. I mean, the problem is we can't just flip a switch. And anyone says on day one, I'll do X, you know what? They've never managed a program in their life.
Yeah,
because nothing happens on day one.
I think that's another way that, they just they make empty promises. And like, I'm just not the kind of person, like, I can't pretend to be something I'm not. I'm not going to pretend that I can do something if I can't. I'll tell you what I'm going to fight for, and I'll tell you how I'm going to try to fight for it. And I'll even consider your opinions on it. If you disagree with me, absolutely bring me what you got. Let's talk and let's figure it out. But I've spoken to some of the experts in the field, and I was told that, if we switch to it overnight, the healthcare system will collapse, because it just cannot absorb that much need.
And people don't understand it.
And it's just, but it's so sad to know there's that many people going without the healthcare they need in this country. Right. And we're supposed to be the best country in the world, right? Like, come on, we can do better for our people, and we should want that for our people. And nobody's asking for handouts. Nobody's saying, we want people to not have to work and they just whatever. We want people to be able to work 40 hours a week and have a standard of living that we came to expect at one point in this country, and for some reason we just don't seem to care anymore. And I'm sure you.
Oh, honey. I mean, having worked at a very high level, right? And you do this stuff, and you work, and you bring people in, and you manage these programs, and you have a strategy, and you get alignment around the strategy, and you get other people to buy in on it. And then you see the shit show, literally, what we're seeing right now in the United States government and how they're doing it and what's going on for people. And my heart is just, it hurts, because there's, and I apologize in advance. I have a couple cats.
Oh, you're good.
They're running around right now. So if they make a on-screen appearance, I'm just saying right now, Louie and Odie, they're adorable, but they're having some zoomies right now, and I'm just like, so if I'm distracted, I go, it's kitty central. So when you hear stuff like that, you're like, come on, guys, we are better than this as a nation. We are better than this as a people, and we're better than this as Kansans.
Yeah.
Because we expect more. I mean, we expect more of our leaders. We should expect more of our leaders, but apparently we're electing people that are not bringing it to the table. And that just,
Well, and that's the thing, is they clearly forgot who they work for, and that's that's what we were inspired by.
we both. That's how we. I mean, like,
Of
I'm
them-
like, oh, honey, oh,
They
hell
just
to
don't
the no.
care.
You work for us.
Yeah.
And, I know you were in the room. I wasn't in the room. It hurt me because they look like my cousins who I know voted for him and would never vote for me because they are MAGA people. But they love me. They just, that is a road too far for them. And I get it. And I think they appreciate what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it. And that's how, having grown up in a Republican household and with almost all my family still Republican, and having not only survived, but thrived in a Republican dominated industry, right? Financial services, right? And I can talk to anyone and get them to see what we need to do. You get it. You're out there too. And we know when we're talking to people, we're like, come on, this isn't what initial is behind your name. This is what you can do for people and how you can bring it to people, right?
Okay, Sandy, we got Kevin Latz is about to hop on, so I hate to cut you off, but what is the one thing that you've taken away from this experience that you really just it's the most valuable thing that you win or lose? This is how you've won in this instant.
It's the people, honey. You know that. It's the conversations everywhere we went. Like it would be Independence, Kansas, and the grandmother telling me she went and got her coffee, and the last things I thought would come out of her mouth was about her trans grandchild. Right? Small Southeast Kansas grandmother. It's the Republican farmer out in Colby who's like, we need better. It's the guy down in Dodge who was like, can you do better for us? The tariffs are not working. We need markets for our crops. It's like, it's Roger Marshall. And I'm sorry, this is so like comedic at this event, but Roger Marshall failing the people of Kansas. And nobody standing up for it. That is what it is. We all need to fight for that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll stay on for 1 minute just to say hi to Kevin because
we'll let him in. But
I'm sorry, and that's the other thing. The candidates, we all love each other in a certain way, in a weird way.
Well, when I started out, I was like, win or lose, we have to. The people have to win. So whether that's me or somebody else.
And that's the way.
Genuinely,
I'm out there putting you the same thing. I'm putting up yard signs. If I see any of our yard signs, like, I'm setting them up because I'm not that person. Hey, Kevin.
And
hey,
that's the thing.
How are you guys?
Good.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I was just saying I had to stay on long enough to say hi.
Well, you're kind. I will tell you, I heard a little bit of that. My greatest long-term, memory of this experience will be y'all. The other candidates, with some exceptions, candidly, are all rock stars. And anybody,
I love the whole with some exceptions because that's we are all the uber authentic people. It's like it's that kind of thing where most everybody's in it for the right reasons. And there's a couple that are like, I don't know what the game is, but we're gonna assume, this is what I always told my team, assume positive intentions, right?
I think that's right.
And let's move on and let's figure out a way to make it a win-win. Because at the end of the day, that's what we need to do, right?
Yeah. I think the authenticity of the candidates has been very inspiring for me, for sure.
Yep. And you
Sure.
never knew. I mean, it's like when I got in, it was Ann and Christy, right? It was the girls. The girls were in, and we were waiting for the boys to show up because we knew they would. And it's like okay, but yeah, it's that kind of thing. But you're in a small, you're at a Democratic meeting in Eudora, or like I say, down in Wichita, or Dodge, or Colby, or oh, dear Lord, all the number of cities and the number of counties. I mean, I'm a map because I'm a quantitative girl,
Yeah.
right? So I have stuff, and I think the team's
Yep.
putting something out there. But and you all have been everywhere too. And I'm not trying to be one up on anybody, but it's that kind of thing where you're just saying, it's the people that you meet along the way, and trying to deliver for them because this is not doing it.
Yeah, I'm excited to.
Yeah, they deserve better.
I'm
Way
excited
better.
to stay in touch.
And I'm sorry, and I'm just going to be a little spicy here because I'm sporty spice. When I hear Adam Hamilton, dude, I want you to be better. We don't deserve. Why is your line? We need something different as a messenger. No, we don't. We need something better. Come on.
Better. Right. For sure.
Well,
All right, I'm
For
going to
sure.
let you guys go. I know I've
Right.
overstayed my welcome.
Thank you so much, Sandy.
Love you all.
Bye, Sandy. Good to
Bye-bye
see
now.
you.
Enjoy the rest of it.
Take care. Love you.
What's up? I got
Well-
lots of counts today.
Well, thank you for letting me be a part of this process. Although, frankly, when you told me what it was, I had no idea what it was. As the geriatrician apparently in this race, I had to be brought up to speed on what this
But
was.
you didn't know what it was to live stream?
Well, I mean, I'd heard of the phrase, but I didn't know you were literally going to do this yourself.
Well, it was not my
and I didn't-
idea. I just said okay because my team has dedicated so much of themselves to this. Y'all are out of touch. Well, tell me how we're out of touch, Shadow Mayhem. But and so when they asked me to do it, I say, yeah, sure, let's do it if you think it's a good idea. I don't know who's going to watch me for 24 hours, but maybe we can bring on some interesting folks, and that's what we've done. So,
yeah, I think it's awesome. So good on you. Good on you for your creativity, and good on you for your effort, and good on you for your authenticity. So thank you.
so you are is the missus there? Is the better half there?
No, so I had just left clinic. I'm going to go grab my wife, and we are heading to Douglas County to staff the Democratic booth at the Douglas County Fair tonight from 8 to 10.
I thought you were going to Johnson County.
I've got somebody out at Johnson today, one of my coworkers actually, but Adrienne and I are heading to Douglas. So we'll see how that goes. I was in Riley County on Saturday at their fair. I think what works better is if you are at the Democratic County's booth rather than your own. But we'll see how this goes. So I'm looking forward. I was walking the streets of Douglas County last night. I must have looked pretty awful because a gentleman literally said, took one look. I knocked on the door, introduced myself, and he said, please, sir, come in and sit down. Let me give you a cold drink.
It was really hot yesterday. Well, that was nice of him.
It was very sweet. I got invited in 2 houses. It's so funny. I knocked doors by myself, and I knocked doors with Adrienne, and my success rate of getting somebody to answer the door is literally twice as high if I have my wife with me. But it was good yesterday in Douglas County. I probably had maybe 40% of the folks answer the door. And those that did, I know it's unbelievably high. And those that did were incredibly gracious with their time and their insight and their input. And so it's one of those days where you kind of drove home and thought, man, this is awesome. So, I'm hopeful tonight will be similar. We'll see.
That was the one supposed to start at 6.
Yep.
Because so we've got Lauren Reinhold's about to come on. You are driving out to the Douglas County
Good.
Fair, so everybody go say hey to Kevin Latz and tell him that I'm winning the cow game. My kids have made up new rules.
And I saw Lauren. I saw Lauren at Riley
Yeah.
County, actually.
My kids steal
Um,
my cows.
so
I didn't think that was a rule, but they do it anyway.
that isn't new. It's a twist on the game. Well, I'm doing a fair amount of driving here over the next 3 days, so I'll keep count. I'll keep an honest count and get it
Will
back to
you
you.
say hey to your wife? And if y'all get bored later tonight, feel free to hop back on.
We'll check back in. Okay, you take care. Thanks, Ann. Thanks for the opportunity.
What's up, Lauren?
Not much. What a fun idea you're doing. Are you staying up the whole 24 hours?
That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not
When-
excited about it, but I've agreed to it. So I better do it.
When did you start?
We started this morning on the way to coffee. So it was about 9:30 when I first got on. And then we're going to finish tomorrow, actually. We have our weekly coffee with the candidate at Bare Necessities in Overland Park. And so we're going to finish it up there. So at 11 tomorrow, we'll see what I look like.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, I'm impressed. So.
yeah. If you want the real answers, ask me then, because I'm going to be in no mood to fluff anything. How's everything been going? We're in the home stretch.
We're in the home stretch, Anne. It's unbelievable. I love that you're doing this and you invited candidates. It's fun.
Yeah. Well, so you've been at it since when did you file?
January, but I had a pretty long exploratory period.
I remember we talked last year at one point, like when I had just when I think I was still exploring at that point, and we were talking about it. So,
right. Yeah. So how are you? What's been going on?
It's just been campaigning, momming and momming. Trying to balance those things obviously has been a challenge, but my kids have been really, I try to take pictures of them with everybody that we meet, because I'm like, one day I'm going to get to show you all the cool people that mommy introduced you to, and you might care about it then. But now, now they're voting for whoever gives them the most recent swag. So it's never me, actually. Thank God they can't vote.
I have no good swag, so, Hi, Angela. I saw you peek over there.
I didn't realize how I was just peeking over. I didn't realize.
No, she don't want to be in it.
I didn't realize I was in it. I could see Lauren.
Well, you entered the frame, which is fine. Braden's here with me. He might come say hi.
Yeah,
we were just door knocking.
Hello,
so
everybody.
we're looking a
How are
little
you?
a little rough.
Yeah, it's hot out there today.
Mhm.
These past few days have been brutal. I think we should have some relief in sight in the next few days. Yeah,
I thought it was today.
I thought it was gonna be today too.
I thought so too, but it's so muggy out there that it
Yeah.
doesn't really feel much better.
Yeah, I agree. So, so this is your first time running for office, right?
It is, yeah.
And so tell everybody where you're running. What seat you're running for?
First Congressional District of Kansas, which is that big gerrymandered district that starts over in Lawrence and encompasses 2/3 of the state or so.
I don't get to vote in your race, and I was relieved actually, because I've made friends in so many of these races, and I'm like, oh, good, I don't get to vote.
I know
I was
that
somebody in the room just announced that they voted for you recently, so there's one.
Oh, that's appreciated. Well, yeah, and I've talked to a lot of people door knocking who are like 11 candidates. What do I do? And I'm like, I was just telling someone today, I'm like, these people are all really great. I don't know what to tell you. So,
I think that's a good, it's a good problem to have, and
it
and
is.
I think, whatever the outcome is on August 4th, I think we've done some amazing work, and I don't intend to stop
being an activist, right? Making a difference.
We have to keep going. We have to fight for a better future for our kids. So
we really do.
Yeah.
We really do. Yeah, and I really feel like we've all made a difference in a lot of different ways, all of us, even my opponent, we've all created a collective movement here.
What's the one thing that like you've gotten from this that even if you win or lose, like you're going to take that with you and it's something that you'll, never forget?
Wow. Oh my gosh. That's a good one. You never have enough time to do everything you want to do. You'll never have enough time. I already kind of knew that going into it. But I guess the other thing is you just meet amazing people. It's really incredible networking that you really couldn't replicate anywhere else. But I do have an idea for a reality show, put all of us in a house for a week or something. And
I mean, I would watch that disaster for sure. Like that's one thing it's been really fun to get to know some of the other candidates that are going through the same thing, especially those going through it for the first time, because just the absurdity of some of the stuff that happens in our politics is just so unreal and so like, it's laughable and like it would make a great TV show, a great movie. It's not my favorite for real life. But it's been really nice to get to kind of exchange notes about how things are done and what everybody else is experiencing. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful to know how this works because it needs to be changed. It really, really does. There's so much that needs to be changed about how all this works. And now that I know how it goes, I can help other people understand. We have a couple of comments. I don't know which negative comments were deleted. But if they're, if they're tearing people down, we don't love it. I guess if you want to try to post it again.
I didn't see the comments. Okay.
Oh, I think they're on. I don't know how we see them, but this other guy wants to.
I can't see them.
So I'm gonna tell Shadow Mayhem. I'm gonna be up all night. You wanna have a fight? We can do it later tonight. But right now we got guests on, so we're gonna stick with what Lauren's talking about. I don't know where the comments come in. I don't know how this.
Yeah, someone's saying something nasty to me. I can't see it, so
No, they're not. It's not to you. It's not at all.
Well,
so okay.
And if it's to you,
what
my team say? Don't look at it. Don't look.
I know they tell me all the time to just not. But sometimes it's fun to. No, it's never fun.
Oh, I mean, it is. But the next day you're like, dang it. I like the part.
Well, it's something about having attorney brain where we do gravitate towards a little bit of chaos and conflict.
Is that what it is?
I think it probably is. It's something like that. So, yeah. And I appreciate your passion, Anne. I really do. Well, you are definitely one of the most passionate candidates I've ever seen.
I like to say that Howard Dean was ahead of his time. Right? Remember he got canceled for like being really excited? Remember? I remember I made fun of him. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a compliment. You got some Howard Dean vibes going on.
Oh man. Well, all right. Was there anything else that you want people to know about you, your race, or anything else?
Well, yeah, thank you for that. I was a federal employee pushed out by DOJ, and that's why I'm running this race to get the federal government back working for people, not corporations. And it's a real similar why to, all of us in this race. We feel in these races, I should say, feel passionate and just, stay involved if you're involved. Get people to vote. Cindy Holscher always says, tell 5 friends, take 5 friends to vote and have them do the same, and it's like that old shampoo commercial. I don't remember what that was for, but it was probably before your time, Anne. But stay involved, vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I love that. Well, and you're also a mom. It's a fellow mom running for office. And I think that I love it when people have, skin in the game. I know there's a lot of parents, dads and moms running. So, it's nice, that people are fighting for not themselves, but for the next generation. And I think that's a lot of us. So
that's right.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
Okay. Well, it was good to talk to you. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to get back to calling or door knocking or something like that. And
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
And
looking forward to your television show because I think you're an excellent interviewer.
I mean, I, it'd probably just be me momming again. Like, I don't know. Like, I would need all of this team to do it. Like, this is not possible
Oh,
without them.
yeah,
So
you could
I'll have
totally
to.
do a
That'll be a hard
podcast.
sell.
I'm going to encourage you to do that. So someday,
Yeah.
but
You
okay.
take care and keep trucking along. And we are 1 week away from the day. Oh, where are you having your watch party? Are you having one?
We're just going to join the Douglas County Dems at Maselli's. How about you? Where are you having yours?
We're doing ours at a place called Strips Chicken, which sounded not for families, but I'm assured that it is.
It is.
And yeah, so we're looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I've got friends coming from Oregon, and my brother's coming up from Arkansas, and so I'm looking forward to all of us being together and getting to help. Yeah, Kate's coming.
That's really wonderful.
Yes,
That's wonderful.
so yeah, we're excited.
Yeah.
All right, Miss Lauren, will you take care and keep after it?
Okay, you too. I'll see you soon.
All right. All right, so the Shine 2, what are my top 3 most important issues that I realistically believe I can achieve in one term? I don't know what I can realistically achieve in one term, but I will tell you this. My top 3 issues, my number 1 is institutional reform. I want to see term limits. I want campaign finance reform. Right now, I am of the mind that we need publicly financed campaigns because at the very least, there needs to be a cap on campaign spending. What I've seen and what I've learned on this journey is this is really backwards to how it should work. All the big money influence. And this is something that people agree upon, whether they're, consider themselves Republican or Democrat or whatever label. We all want the big money out of our government. We all want more accountability. We want rules of ethics that they have to follow. And that's something that we don't get. And so that's my number 1 is the institutional reform. I don't see a path forward for us as a country unless and until we have that. Now we've got a plan to try to get towards Medicare for all. We want to start with Medicare for all kids and bring in everybody under 18 and then expand it up from there. We think it's politically viable and we think it's fiscally responsible and that possible. I've spoken with some experts in the field that have told me that if we switch to Medicare for all overnight, the healthcare system will not be able to take in all of those patients and it would collapse, which to me is incredibly sad because that means there's that many people in our country going without the healthcare that they need. But we need practical steps to make changes that'll work for the people. My other biggest one is antitrust rules. I want to enforce our antitrust laws. We've got to go after these mega corporations. We've got to empower our unions and give some power back to the people. We've got to work towards a thriving middle class again. The middle class is, if you say we still have one, it's on its last leg. Everybody is one medical disaster away from bankruptcy. Everybody I meet is struggling, whether they're wealthy or not, whether you would consider them upper middle class or lower middle class. Everybody is hurting right now. And so we need people that are really going to serve and work for the people again and not their big donors. Money should have no place in our elections, in my opinion, because nobody should get more of a voice just because they have more money or just because they can give me more money. And the other big issue that I have is I want to see some regulations in place to combat this free flow of misinformation and malinformation and the lying that we see, the propaganda that's put out there. Even our politicians are doing it. Our own elected officials I see posting propaganda. And so so that's something that I take issue with because the American people cannot self-govern unless we have the whole truth. And we're not getting that anymore. So I appreciate the question. And I appreciate the feedback even from the guy that's mad at me. So
what have you done in your campaign to live up to that?
To live up to the
ideals that you...
So I do my best not to post things that are just for the sake of riling people up and upsetting people. I try to research when I see things and not post the propaganda and the memes, which is something that I definitely did for a long time and thought it was hilarious and brilliant. But it was really hurtful. And so I really tried to avoid those propaganda posts. I try not to, yell at people and say bad things to them when I disagree with them or when our information doesn't match. One thing that I do with the lady that I talk about sometimes, that she's got different views on a lot of things than I do, but we exchange notes instead of arguing about who's right and who's wrong. She'll show me what she's seeing, and I try to show her what I'm seeing, and so at least we're aware of what each other is seeing, even if we're not getting to where we agree on everything that's going on or where we have the same understanding, whatever, but we're at least seeing it, so we're aware. And that's I think is a big part of the step to get us to where we're all on the same page again. I asked Roger Marshall at his town hall, how are you going to get us all on the same page? And of course he has no interest in that, because the division helps them. The division among the American people helps these politicians stay in power. It helps mega corporations keep their politicians in power. And it keeps us from coming together and realizing that, it's really all of us in the same boat, just trying to make it by and doing the best we can. Who's coming on next?
Sarah and her crew might check in briefly when they're out canvassing.
Nice. Do we have any more questions or comments that you don't want me to see?
No, we don't have any, we don't have any more, right?
Here.
Do you want to?
Yeah, we can do
if
that.
you needed to take a break or anything, just check in with them and then.
I might just go wash my hands.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well,
My hands
feel free to get
Oh,
up.
okay.
There's so much
Then we
towel
can-
in the
I
bathroom.
can just go like that. Just like, my hands feel so icky right now. I love your sink.
I hate that sink. It was one of the worst decisions I've made in this home. But thank you.
Because pedestal or?
No, because it's shell scalloped and cleaning it is a Sean made the wrong turn and got stuck behind a train.
Oh, is that what happened? Who was that person that came?
That was James's sister.
Oh,
I said, don't come over. We're having a live stream.
oh, okay. So she came over.
So
That's
she
what I
came
do.
over.
You're doing what? I want to come see.
Crash all
Show
the
me.
parties.
Yeah, she wanted to.
Everybody's welcome in our parties, even if you're mad at me.
So she just needed to fact check that was actually what I was doing.
How do you?
Are we still on voice? Okay.
I didn't know if we were.
No, I don't care if she knows that.
Okay, next question. And how do you think we can get back to the fairness doctrine? Most of these billionaires and media moguls want to keep it as is. Controlling the narrative is valuable. What can one person do?
That's a great question. So they asked how can we get back to the fairness doctrine? And for those of you that don't know, this is something that I've talked about for a while now. But the fairness doctrine required that news channels give equal airtime to both sides of an issue. And we don't have anything like that anymore. That was done away with actually under Reagan. His FCC did away with it, all these alphabets. His FCC did away with it. Yeah, I saw that. But it was never taken up by the Supreme Court, right? So his FCC said it was a violation of the First Amendment, but the court never said that. And so I get this argument a lot that, oh, well, the fairness doctrine was a violation of the First Amendment. But I call BS on that because once you have a certain level of influence over an entire group of people or a large group of people, you should be held to a higher standard for the stuff that you put out. Like me as a candidate, I should be more careful. I should not be sharing the propaganda. I should not be, perpetuating misinformation or spun information. And I try to do that. I do the best that I can. And feel free to call me out when I screw that up, because inevitably I'm probably going to screw that up. But what can one person do? One person can talk to other people about it. Raising awareness is a huge part of it. And I know that's sometimes hard to do, to talk to other people about, issues that are controversial. But for this one, I don't think it's that controversial to demand that we have the whole truth from our politicians and from our news channels, to demand some sort of regulations to ensure that the American people are given, fully accurate information, and not just piecemeal information, or the information that makes the person look good or their party look good or whatever. So, vote, raise awareness. It's really going to take everybody. Even if I win, it's going to take me convincing other senators to pass legislation. And the way we get them to do that is we raise awareness among the people. We've seen what can happen when communities push back, when the people come together to stand up to data centers or private prisons or whatever they want to stand up to. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of, elected officials say, well, we can't do anything, our hands are tied. But to me, maybe then they can't do that job. Figure out something to do. And I understand that there's a level of balance there that they have to consider and all of those things, but they've got to listen to the people. But if we get that momentum going and we demand that they no longer lie to us, we call them out when they do it, whether it's, in agreement with us or not. I think that's the only way we can make any of those changes, is we have to start demanding it from them. And voting in people that are genuinely going to serve the public, and not there for careers or, fame or power or whatever. Their focus has to be on how we give this country back to the people and make it work for everybody again. That's a great question.
We haven't heard from Sarah yet. She might hop on sometime with her team. And then at 6:30 we have Joe scheduled to join us. Joe.
Oh, Joe. Yeah. Joe's coming on at what time?
6:30.
6. Okay. So in 7 minutes, we are going to have another guest, Joe Sherry. And I'm so sorry if I just messed up your last name, Joe. But she's going to come on and talk about, she's done some work with disability. And she's also been fighting for mandated reporting by the clergy. I'll let her tell her story if she wants to, but share with you guys the work that she's been doing. Her legislation failed this time around, unfortunately, but it would have mandated that clergy, or it would have required that clergy report child abuse to the authorities.
Crazy that failed.
It is crazy that failed. And I know Sheriff Kirsch even was involved in trying to get that through. He's done a lot of work in that realm as well. If you're not following Sheriff Kirsch on Facebook, he's good people. So you should look him up. He's a genuinely good law enforcement officer that serves the people, from what I can tell, and all of my experiences with them. So.
What do you think about the farmers in Sheridan County and their reduction in water use? How can we expand that mentality to other counties in western Kansas to stop the bleeding of the aquifer?
So this is a question about water in Kansas, and we know that that's a struggle that we're all looking at. How are we going to manage this issue?
Joe is joining us.
Joe's on. We'll save that question. We'll come back to it. Joe, how are you?
Doing?
Joe, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you so much for joining us. I did let the people know you were coming on, and I told them just a little bit about the work that you do, but I'll let you introduce yourself and and let them know the work you've been doing, if you don't mind.
Well, I actually kind of I walk two worlds, and one world is with the disability issues, and the other world is sexual abuse advocacy. Um, so the one with the disability advocacy work that I do, I'm the chair of the Kansas Democratic Disability Caucus, and I also chair the ADA Council with the city of Topeka. And then I do a lot of advocacy during the state house, during the regular session here in Kansas when the legislators in session. I'm up at the state house from January to about March or April. I've been trying to get this mandated reporting legislation passed, and it died last year, so we've got to start all over next year. And I'm, very frustrated, but the
Was
work
there
continues.
any explanation for why it was not passed?
Something about religious freedom and a government mandate is all Kelly Warren would say.
Mm.
So I don't know who she had in her ear, but the Kansas Catholic Conference gave their blessing on the legislation, because the only thing that they were worried about was the penitent privilege. And so we kept the penitent privilege in there. What penitent privilege means is that, and this is more for people that are in the Catholic faith, because the Catholic faith is the one that practices penance and the sacrament of confession. They're the only ones that do it the way that they do.
Uh-huh.
And so we kept that in there to, help protect anonymity and whatnot. But so I don't know why she would have been opposed to it.
So there was already a provision in the legislation that addressed this concern, is what you're telling me?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I don't know, man.
The pushback on it. I think at the very least there should be something where, if there's an indication that it's going to happen again, that there's got to be some sort of something in there. And I think even lawyers have that, where if we, somebody's telling us they're going to go commit X crime, we can't just allow child abuse to happen. I'm not 100% on that, but vaguely remember that from law school. I know teachers obviously are mandated reported, but clergy is entrusted with our children just as much as teachers, sometimes even more so.
Exactly.
So I think it's you're pushing
There's
for.
13 other there's 13 other professions in the state of Kansas that are mandated to report abuse. So why shouldn't clergy be in there as well? I don't get it.
I don't understand either. Well, I'll be interested to see what comes of that. Do you have a website where people can get information? Do they just follow you on social media, or?
You can go to mandateclergytoreport.org. That's the website that I use for people to contact and sign up for updates. And then I also have a Facebook page, Mandate Clergy to Report. Mandate Clergy to Report on Facebook. And there's also a Signal chat. I will be happy to provide that to you when I get home.
Okay.
And
well, yeah, if you want to post any links once you're at home, if you want to post them in the comments on the live stream, that'd be great, so people have easy access.
Right.
And I was going to say something else.
Supportive survivors. Anything that I've asked her to support or post on her Facebook page, she has. I asked her to post something about Epstein last week, I think it was, and within a matter of minutes, it was posted on her Facebook page. So, at least from my standpoint, from a sexual abuse survivor, I know that Ann would have my back in the states or in the Senate. And there's only 2 candidates in this race right now that have listened to me as a sexual abuse survivor, and that, I mean, I would vote for either one of you, but I'm just saying that there's only 2 of them that have listened to me the way I need to be listened to, and the way other sexual abuse survivors need to be listened to. So, you know, you're not, if you are out there and you are a survivor, you can't go wrong voting for Ann, honestly.
Well, I really appreciate that, Joe, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing. And always keep me in the loop. She's in our Discord. She's got a channel in our Discord. So if you're in our Discord, make sure you check it out. And I'm sure she's got her information in there too. And I do owe you one post that I wanted to read the legislation, but you'd asked me to post that I will support it, and I imagine that I will once I read it, and I just haven't read it yet. So I apologize for that. But it's not that I just haven't done it yet.
I know it's the last week before primary, so y'all are out there doing the work. That's what's important. You guys got to get out there. I saw a couple of your signs in Overland Park today, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, I saw you and Sandy and Eric and Latz. Those are the only 4 people's signs that I've seen for this race so far since I've been out and about today.
Yeah, I think those are the 4 that I've seen, except for I've seen Hamilton for sure, but I don't think I've seen the others over here. So,
I saw my first Hamilton today on the drive over here.
How long have you been advocating, Joe, if I can ask? How long have you been in this line of work, if that's what you call it, I guess?
Well, I've been an advocate for sexual abuse survivors, well, for pretty much my whole life. I mean, it started when I was 10, and, you know, I left home at 15, and I don't know, I've just been too determined to give up, and just been with it, you know. Just one person at a time, trying to make sure that people know that this stuff still happens to people. So,
well, and
then as far as disability stuff is concerned, I started really fighting for people with disabilities once my son was diagnosed with cerebral palsy almost right after birth. He went into cardiac arrest and lung failure right as he was coming out of the birth canal, and they spent time resuscitating him on the warmer, and about 2 hours after they started trying to resuscitate him, they transferred him to Children's Mercy, and it was at that time that they found out that he had cerebral palsy due to lack of oxygen. And it's been a learning curve for sure, because, I mean, you already don't get a handbook when you become a parent, and you really don't get a handbook when they say, oh, by the way, your child's disabled, you know. So,
can I ask how old he is now?
He is 26 now. I feel old. He didn't say his first words until he was 5. Finally said mama when he was in kindergarten or preschool. He took his first steps when he was closer to 2 than most kids do. But usually most babies start taking their first steps after they're 1. He What else do you have a problem with? Toilet training was difficult. But I mean, he got all of his milestones eventually. It just they happened later for him than most normal kids. And I mean, he's thriving because he had such a stellar IEP team, which IEP means individualized education plan. And you know, he had such a great IEP team all throughout his school years, all throughout elementary, middle, and high school, that he was able to graduate high school about 6 months early.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
amazing. It's
yeah,
it's it's amazing what just, having that having that having that individualized plan can do for a child, and just amazing how much they benefit from it.
and not only that, you know, the people are these MAGAs out there. They're dogging special education and public education in general. And I would challenge them to spend one day going with somebody who does IEPs, just the IEP team. Spend one day following an IEP team around, and maybe their views would change a little bit. I'm not hopeful, and I'm sure in heck's not really overly optimistic, but I really do. I think that it would be a great idea for all these MAGAs out there that are against public education and think that, like Renee Erickson, who cheered during a education committee thing, that special education didn't get funded. And, you know, spend a day in our shoes.
Yeah.
Or even better yet, spend a week in our shoes. Having to navigate the education system, having to navigate accessibility in your community, having to just go through the normal things just to exist in this world.
Yeah. Well, and that's an issue that I've seen when I've been out west with some of the older schools, and some of the older buildings too. They're not up to date, with they're not in ADA compliance, and some of those kids, they need accessibility and they don't have it, because they're just such old buildings that Miss Lori Wood will tell you they were grandfathered in, so they don't have to have it. But these are the things that, we need that money. They need to fund education. I think we all agree on that for the most part. But those are things that are necessary, and the kids need that. So
Exactly. And there was a couple of people that came up to me at the event in Concordia. I think it was in Concordia, or maybe it was Salina. And they were like, you need better accessibility in this building. And I don't know why the KDP isn't coordinating with me. And it's not a dog or a diss on KDP, but I feel like they should plug into the Disability Caucus a little bit more and include us in the talks and planning when it comes to these venues. And we can help, and say, hey, this looks like it might be a good place for accessibility. This, I'm not so sure about. This, definitely not. And that way, everybody can come. If there's a place that has an elevator that doesn't work, they're not going to want to come, especially if they're in a wheelchair or use a walker or otherwise mobility challenged. And they're not providing a sign language interpreter at these things. I think that would be helpful. We provide a sign language interpreter for all of the state meetings. And also having things live streamed would also help with accessibility.
Oh,
So,
that's a good suggestion. Hopefully they'll hear that and they'll take that feedback and consult with you guys while they're setting these things up. That's a great suggestion. What message do you have? Any message that you want to send to the people that are listening to us right now about how to get involved, or just anything that you want them to know about?
well, if you want to get involved in disability advocacy, please contact the Kansas Democratic Disability Caucus on Facebook. And I'm the one that manages the page, so I will have that. I have control of the messages. And then if you want to get involved in the advocacy around sexual abuse and religious abuse and whatnot, you can also message the Facebook page, Mandate Clergy to Report. And I'm the one that manages everything on that page, so everything would come to me. And if you go to the Kansas Democratic Disability Caucus page, there is a form. You can click on that link and it'll take you to the form to sign up to get updates and to volunteer. And I will provide when I get home.
Thank you
And get on
so
my
much.
when I get home and get on my computer, I'll hop on the live stream and I'll put all those links in the chat for you guys.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for joining us tonight. And I look forward to continuing to work with you to better this world for all the kids.
Well, I appreciate you asking me to be on here tonight. And if there's anything I can do, just let me know.
Thank you, Joe. You as well.
All right, guys. Bye.
She's good people.
She's good.
She's good people. She's a fighter.
Yeah.
Like she is.
You don't survive stuff like that without being a fighter.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish there was more supports out there for people who are struggling with those things.
One second. Hello? Okay. It'll be a bit.
We're having our.
What are y'all doing? Nice. Nice and like Rita. She took her watch.
Now it's a good rebound. I hope so. We'll find out in about 3 hours.
Thank you for coming and doing this all day with your time. I didn't know you were going to do that. Oh, nice. Good. Is he on?
Scared you?
Tell guy. Do you know what you just said?
Can you guys hear me?
Are muted now? Talk again.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Chris Carmichael?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm on I don't know what hour of my live stream now. So thanks for joining us. Why don't you tell everybody what you're running for?
I am running for the U.S. House of Representative, Kansas 4th District.
Kansas 4th District. And he's got a primary on?
Got a primary. There's 2 candidates left in the primary. The general is probably going to be against Ron Estes, although Ron Estes has a primary challenger named
Who's
Frank.
his challenger?
Frank McCullough. Frank, can't remember Frank's last name, but he's a nice guy.
Oh, I don't know that fella yet. I haven't met him. I met the one running against whoever's, what is it, one where Colin and Lauren are running? Craig Messer. I've met him. He's a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a normal person.
Oh, there's also a libertarian in our race named Drew. Don't ask me his last name, but and then of course Katie Tyndall is the other candidate in my primary, and there's just the 2 of us left. Although there are 4 people on the ballot, 2 of them dropped out. Ryan Gilbert and Cole Epley dropped out. Cole endorsed me. Ryan endorsed Katie. So we're a dead heat.
Right,
split.
So what made you decide to run for office for the people that don't know?
Well, for those who don't know, I am a 31-year retired colonel from the Air Force who swore an oath to the Constitution, and currently watching the Donald Trump administration completely corrupt and erode away all of those constitutional norms. Like, for example, this war in Iran. He has 60-day authorization to exercise the Department of Defense, and he has repeatedly exceeded that. We're in 5+ months now in this conflict, and he's still exercising the power of Congress as if it was his own. So little things like that really caused me to want to continue my defense and swore the oath that I swore to the Constitution, but now to the next level. And I think as a retired colonel, I've got the right leadership experience. I've got the right resume that can really capture those middle ground voters, like disgruntled Republicans right now, and independent voters that can actually, we have a shot at unseating Ron Estes. Are you still there, Anne? There you are.
Okay, sorry about
There
that.
you go.
So many chords, and then we're all we're not professional live streamers yet, but we're getting there. So, okay, so you have a military background.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and you decided to run. You've never run for office before, is that right?
Never have. Yeah, this is all new to me, and I'm not a big time lawyer like you either. So
I know, right?
I don't have that. While I don't have law experience, I do have a lot of senior leader, military level experience, and a lot of experience working with Capitol Hill and the Pentagon. I mean, a lot of experience to the point where, for example, I was the lead logistics planner on the Iran war plan at Central Command headquarters for 4.5 years. So, and every 6 months, we would go to St. Louis to a top secret facility and war game that plan, that just in case Iran attacked or we had to go to war with Iran plan, what would we do? How would we do it? And you know what the number one thing I learned by war gaming that plan every 6 months?
What?
The worst possible scenario you can set up for yourself is starting the war. Having the United States start the war would be the worst possible scenario for us, and that's exactly what Donald Trump did. So little things like that make me say, you know what, I gotta run for office here. I gotta put some no kidding real life experience and leadership knowledge behind the candidate, because Ron Estes does not have that level of experience, and he certainly, even if he did, he's not exercising his equal branch of the government authority. He is just absolutely 100% rubber stamp for whatever Donald Trump wants.
Mm. Well, and that's what we're seeing too much of is just rubber stamping, just whatever people. And
Like
that's one of the
Marshall.
things that you and I have discussed, like kind of how this all works and how it's like, it's really not, what, I mean, I guess you think it's messed up the way that it's run and how it works and everything, but then when you're in it, it's a lot different seeing it firsthand and just being a part of it.
Yeah.
And so it's been a real wake up call. Oh, somebody said you have my vote, Chris. Um,
Thanks,
so,
Ann.
so it's been a huge wake up call, I think, for me and you as well. We've exchanged notes every once in a while about stuff that's going on in our campaigns and on a personal and professional level or whatever. But it's huge to me to see people stepping up to run that have never run before, and they're doing it genuinely because they're concerned about the direction that we're headed in.
Absolutely.
One thing, and I appreciate that you brought this up, but somebody asked me this morning, or they asked about this morning and again this afternoon, what would you do about Iran? Do you have an answer for that?
Oh, thank you for asking that question. So first of all, I'd love to plug my website, chriscarmichael.org. And if you go to my social media links at the bottom of the page, check out the video I did on how do we get out of this war. I did a video on it. And it was a short video, about a minute long. I didn't have a lot of time to go into detail. So what I basically said in there, and right now I can go into more detail, is you got a couple options. One, you can continue what we're doing right now, which is not working, just bomb them. Number two, you can invade the country and take over the regime, because their primary mechanism of warfare are missiles and drones. And those missiles and drones in that country are mobile. They're on mobile platforms. They move them around. So if you're trying to bomb them, they're not at the same spot you thought they were in when you're going in with the F-16 trying to take them out. So they move, right? Or they hide in a cave or in a garage or something. And so it's really hard to take them out. So you can put boots on the ground. Now, I say this having skin in the game. I mean, I've got 2.5 years in Afghanistan myself. I commanded as a battalion level commander, Air Force squadron level commander, men and women in the war zone. So I know what I'm talking about here. But when I say I have skin in the game, my son is an infantry officer, 11 Alpha Army infantry officer. So when I say I have thought this out, I thought this out considering the life of my child in this decision-making process. And that means I'm doing the same for anyone else in this country who has blood and treasure involved in this. Donald Trump does not put that in his decision-making factor. He is a 5-time draft dodger with bone spurs. I put that in air quotes because he doesn't have bone spurs. He had his rich daddy have a doctor write that he had bone spurs, so he didn't have to get drafted to Vietnam. And his kids, they never served the military. They were the furthest thing from the military. They didn't serve their country. They're not, in my opinion, what they could have been. Real, true, no kidding, put some their own blood and treasure on the line. But no, what treasure they put on the line is grifting our Department of Defense by getting defense contracts for drone factories that they invested in a week before the war started. That's a conflict of interest tremendously. And now all of a sudden the war starts and they've got interest in drone factories. Okay, but anyway, I digress. My son is an infantry officer. So if I say boots on the ground, I take it very seriously, because the only way you're going to stop these missiles and drones from taking off is by taking over the leadership of the country, by toppling the regime of Iran. And it is a very hard thing to do because it's excessively dynamic. There are multiple checks and balances and branches to their structure. It's not just all contingent on one leader. It is very dynamic. They can survive the assassination of their Ayatollah, and they have, again and again and again. And then if you go in and take over the country, do you have the will of the people? of the people of Iran? That is a question mark right now. Because if you don't, I say you probably would have half the country because they don't like their regime leader, but the other half does. They're hardcore Shia Shia religious fanatics that love their regime. So they will become an insurgency. It will be like Afghanistan, Iraq, and or Vietnam all over again. And we already know that doesn't work. It didn't work in Vietnam. It didn't work in Afghanistan. It's not going to work. It's going to be exponentially harder in Iran. I've studied it. I've lived it. I've worked it as my career for 4.5 years, the country of Iran. So it is, you just create another insurgency war that will be excessively expensive in blood and treasure for us to maintain. For what gain? For to only to do two things: to give us the strait which we already had in free open waterways before we started this war, and to prevent nuclear proliferation in Iran, which we had IAEA inspectors, International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors in Iran already under the JICPOA deal treaty, multinational treaty that we had, that Donald Trump pulled us out of in May of 2018, because he said it's just not a good deal. I'm the art of the deal, this guy, right? So he pulled us out of what was arguably not a fantastic deal, but it was better than what we have now and better than what we had before. So if he is the art of the deal guy, where is the good deal replacing it? We don't have atomic energy inspectors in there anymore. They're producing a nuclear weapon actively right now. We lost the Strait of Hormuz. We could lose the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on the Horn of Africa by Yemen, because their Houthi proxy Iranian forces are actively trying to close that strait as well. That's way worse than just 20% of our oil production and fertilizer and everything closed down. That would send fuel prices to the moon, and that would cause a global recession. Yeah. If they can successfully cut down that strait. So those two options, the option of going full on in, continue what we're doing now with no success. Last option, my recommendation: walk away. Walk away and do what we should have done before this war started. Build a coalition of nations together to put diplomatic, information, and economic instruments of power on full force on Iran, to have them open the Strait of Hormuz wide open without any fee. Right now it's a toll gate for Iran, and it will be without those international coalition and instruments of power, but hold back the military instrument of power until you absolutely need it. But first, build a coalition of nations to do it, and get the will of the people in America and United States behind you. If you don't have those two things, you shouldn't start a war. Donald Trump went in unilaterally, U.S. only, without the will of the people of the United States. And he's understanding the consequences of his poor decision making right now.
Well, Chris, I really appreciate you.
I apologize.
Drop your, and I hate to cut you short, but we got Bill Rogers, who used to work at Core Civic, coming on, which you might, if you're not familiar, you'll want to hear what he has to say. But thank you for that. Drop your links in the comments, so make sure people know how to look you up and whatever. And what's your one last thing you want people to know before you log off here?
ChrisCarmichael.org. If you can support our campaign, obviously Ann's campaign is that's why we're here right now. So I won't take up any more of that heat from you, But if you like what you're hearing as far as the U.S. House 4th District in Kansas, and you want to help with the fight to unseat Ron Estes, I really believe for the Democratic Party, I'm our best foot forward, because I can capture those middle ground voters, especially having the experience I have now and being a retired full-bird colonel from the military. I'm going to win some Republicans over, which the party really hasn't been successful at in the past 33 years for this seat. And so chriscarmichael.org is our website. Check out our social media, follow us, and see what and call me if you got any questions. My number is at the bottom of my website, 316-247-2080. Give me a call. I'll answer any questions you got. Thanks, Ann, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Chris. Good luck. 1 week away. We'll see what happens. And
let me know if you want me to come back later too. Text me.
I'll be on all night. So if you get bored, let me know.
I might do that. And then let me drop in my thing in the chat box, and then my information, and I'll let you go.
Thanks so much,
Someone's
Chris.
calling me already. See, it's working. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Mr. Bill. How are you?
How you doing, Ann?
I'm doing all right. We're in the home stretch.
Yeah, you're doing a 24-hour deal.
That's the plan. I'm supposed to stay up for 24 hours straight.
Yeah, well,
tomorrow, but
in my younger day, I could do that. Not now.
Yeah, in my younger day too. So we'll see what happens.
You're still young.
Well, will you do me a favor and introduce yourself real quick and tell everybody that doesn't know, what you've been working on and what your expertise is.
Well, I don't know if I call it expertise, but my name is William Rogers. I'm a former officer at a for-profit prison system owned and operated by Core Civic, formerly TCA. They changed their name to Core Civic when they kind of wanted to rebrand due to some things that happened. I would say bad things, nothing good there. If you have a good name, you don't need to rebrand. I just kind of got involved. I seen a lot of bad things and a lot of horrific things, and I worked within the system inside the facility to try to change things by going to the ward and things like that. And I was very outspoken then as I worked in there, but I didn't understand the right path to take. I guess I was naive and thought the ward was gonna help, but I originally started this campaign, or my drive was a young man named Dylan Reed who died unnecessarily inside the Core Civic facility at Leavenworth Detention Center. It was we was a federal holding facility for the U.S. Marshals. That closed down in 21, I believe it was. And recently it just reopened. I was involved with the ACLU, AIR, Sisters of Charity, many great organizations. Northland Neighborhood United is doing some great things right now. And just kind of told the story, and it kind of took off. And but there's so many good people that have been working against that place has opened up as a ICE facility, and now it's reopened. We have our group has been able to get in and talk to quite a few detainees, and it's not good. And I think that when I first started this, all I really knew about was the Leavenworth facility. But I started to, and I'm sorry, Ann, if I'm going on too much.
No, you're good.
I kind of thought I needed to figure out if that was just one bad facility owned and operated by Core Civic, or was this the norm, or what was the norm? And as I started looking into Core Civic as a whole, I found that this was a pretty common occurrence to run short-staffed, cut corners everywhere you can, hide things, keep it inside. And my card got out in Tennessee. There's a facility down there owned and operated by Core Civic, Trousdale, Tennessee, Trousdale Turner, actually. And in fact, right here, I'm holding a autopsy report this last week a mother sent me. And it's one of many that moms are sending me, and it's heartbreaking when you talk on the phone with mothers who are crying, and the stories and out of there are unreal. And I think the thing that's most interesting, the first time I heard it, I spoke to a family member. I thought, well, I'm not going to lie to you. I try to be very clear-minded when I get to stuff. Is it possible? And a lot of that I thought, no, I think that maybe they're exaggerating. But as I got 5, 6, 7 stories in, or 7 families, and the one before didn't know I was talking to this one, if that makes sense. Nobody, you know what I mean. And that they become to be the norm. The stories became the norm, which I think, for me, they validated each other. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And then now we put in the immigration side of it, this mass deportation, and it's a bad combination when you put the for-profit together with the mass deportation. So you got 2 bad things coming together to create one hellacious thing. That's my personal opinion.
Well, that's the facility that you're talking about. That's actually how we met, was at demonstrations in opposition to the facility reopening as an ICE detention facility, because it had been shut down before, because of the mismanagement, because of the cutting of corners that led to injuries and deaths, not only of inmates, but of you even, and other employees there were injured very severely. And, you know, the community was able to hold it off for over a year.
Yep.
And they did get some concessions along the way. I know there's a special use permit that they ended up having to get, and there is some level of oversight that the community has there. But it's still, you know, it, to me, and I didn't have that much experience or knowledge of the private prison system until I met you, and you had done all of this research, and he's got it, y'all. I'll ask him, you know, how he can, if he's got a website or whatever that he can share with us. But he's done interview after interview, and I've watched him speak out for over a year about this. And he's got the receipts. He can show you, Mr. Bill can show you everything that's gone on and how it works and how it's just such a messed up system. And so I'm of the mind that there should be no for-profit prison system.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, in Tennessee, there was a gentleman that was about to get his good time, get out, right? Hadn't had no DRs, disciplinaries, and all of a sudden he got a couple months before his good time was supposed to get him out. He got quite a few DRs, ended up having to do all this time. And I think for me, that rings out loudly about for profit, right? We're about to lose $150, $130 a day. We better figure out how we're going to keep this guy a couple more years. And that's the shame of it. There's actually a financial motive to keep those guys in prison. And that's about as wrong as it gets. And you know, I want to say one thing, Ann, when we met, so the people that don't know you very well, is that when I met you, and I meet a lot of politicians, I meet a lot of community activists, and different things, and they're good people. I don't have anything bad to say, but you was a little bit different. You was that person that I met early on in the thing, and I don't even know if you had declared your candidacy at that time. And you were the one that came up and wanted more. You wanted more, you know, more information. And then I remember you actually invited me over and said, "Hey, can you come to my house and can you bring some of that paperwork?" And I said, "Well, sure." And you know, I remember bringing the paperwork to your house, and I mean, you should see it now. If you thought that was a lot, you should see what I got now. But you as that person, and I think for me, that's what we need in our elected officials. That people want to know more, that want to understand, not just somebody that comes up after they hear you speak and says, "Hey, it was really nice hearing you," and that's great too. Don't get me wrong, but you wanted that more in depth. You wanted to know more. How does it work? Why is it not working? And so for me, there was no question about who are we going to vote for. Right? We just voted last weekend, and my wife and I are very proud to say we voted for you. So that's not why I'm here to pimp you out, so to speak. But you're just a real deal. And as a blue collar, a lifelong Kansan, you know, I live in Wyandotte County. We're the most diverse county in the state of Kansas. And over the last few years, my wife had been financially able to where we can really move anywhere that we want right now. And we decided to stay in Wyandotte County, and it goes back to one reason, because of the diversity. Diversity brings value to our community. I don't want to live in a middle class white neighborhood. That's all we have, and I don't me to sound bad by that, but I want to learn from what other people know and what I can learn in different cultures and things like that. So, anyways, thank you for running. And, I don't know what's on the horizon for you long term, but I know it's going to be a good thing. So, thank you for doing this.
Well, thank you for that. It means the world to me just to know that and to know you. And you did that day, y'all. He knows what he's talking about. He's not kidding. He taught me so much. And one of the things that you taught me that day that really disturbed me was the fact that, they'll pull people out of our public prisons to fill those numbers in the private prisons to make sure that, we're meeting that number. And I think you're right. Anytime that there's profit involved in situations like this, we have to be very cautious of that. And we have to really make sure that the interest of the people and humanity is still being respected, and that's why what you're doing is such a big deal. And you've been interviewed by, was it Norway, Switzerland? There was
Some journalists from Germany. I was on. There's a show over there, and Ann, I've done so much media, and for somebody that doesn't do this for a living, right? I'm blue collar. I got a ninth grade education. I'm not smart, but I just tell what I know. I tell what I experienced, and then I learned. Obviously, I learned a few years ago when I worked for a nonprofit about pulling open records, and there's such value in open records. And I just pull the records. I'm not going to talk to you about anything that I can't find here on my desk or right here to show you on paper, right? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tell you, well, I think this is what's happening, but no, I don't need to on most of this because I have the documentation to back it up, and that's what I value, is making sure that my information is accurate. The for-profit prison has threatened a couple lawsuits against me for speaking out, and when you get that letter from a $1 billion corporation, it's a little scary, right? But my wife and I have been married now we just hit 41 years last week.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. We've raised 2 successful kids, and we're at a point where the voice is the only thing I really have. That's all I got left. And I'm going to use my voice. I'm going to continue to use my voice, and I'm not going to be threatened into silence.
We need everybody with that.
Oh, what scares me about, I can talk to you about the for-profit prison, but I've also, as this went along, and over the last year, CoreCivic was wanting to open up the ICE detention center, so I started learning a lot. I started educating myself more on deportation and things like that, how it would affect the economy, and people say, well, the immigrants are just a drain on our society. I have yet to find that where they're a drain on our society. And trust me when I tell you, I do a lot of reading, and although I'm not educated, I might have to read it a couple times. But it's not rocket science when you read numbers and dollars. And what concerns me is not only that, but what is this going to mean long term for my grandbabies? 20, 30 years. I think if it continues like we're going, this is going to have a huge economic impact on their lives, but also societies. That's what is going to become a society? Because I can tell you that right now, I always wondered how did, and of course I know this has been billions of years, and maybe this ain't a good example, but I always wonder, why is there such hate like between Israel and Gaza and those things? That's happened many, many years ago. So if right now, and I don't mean to sound terrible, but when I talk white, brown, and black. And so as the brown people are attacked by, and I hate to say it, but the Republican Trump, which we see as the white person attacking them, how are these kids going to grow up? Are they going to grow up to be racist and be scared or hate the white people? Are we dividing ourselves more for the next generation? It's shameful.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think that's why so many of us are, stepping up, because we are worried about what is this going to be moving forward. What is this society? What is this country? What is the world going to look like for our kids and grandkids? And I think that's what gives me hope, though, is because so many people, so many just normal people like you, like me, we're just stepping up because we just can't sit out, and it's such a huge deal. And the work that you have done, and the passion and the effort that you have put into it, I'm inspired by you, and I appreciate it. And I think about that coffee often and think we really do have to get coffee together again. But I really appreciate you coming on here and talking to people. What if people want to know more about you and your work? How can they find out? Do you have a website, a Facebook?
No, I mean, I have Facebook and I'm under Joseph Rogers on there. That's my middle name, but you can definitely come on to Joseph Rogers on Facebook and look at some of the, I never used to post any of the media or nothing on my Facebook page, but I've been doing it a little bit here lately just because I think I need to. One, it reminds me of those things. And I would just ask that this is a time in America, because America is still the greatest country in the world. I truly believe that. And this is a time, though, that we as people need to start moving our feet. If you can't move your feet now, get out. You don't have to be do anything special. Just show up at events, call your elected officials. Ever how you see fit that you want to get a little bit involved. I want to share one thing with you, Ann, before I go, is that we have a group right now that's been able to make a lot of contact with families and detainees inside of Core Civic, and I don't want to go into how we're doing it. But last 2 weeks ago, there was a mother that was born in the States as a citizen. She is married to her partner is an immigrant, and they have 2 kids. One's 8 and one's a little younger. And as the team talked to the family, they asked the 8-year-old boy, like you're doing, they said, how are you doing? And he looked at him and he said, my mind is full of chaos. He's 8 years old. And how is he to go to school and enjoy life? At 8 years old, his mind is full of chaos. His dad's been up at Leavenworth for 20 some days. And the hardship the mother said that it's already putting on it financially. Think about this. Has anybody thought about, when I hear people talk about why these immigrants got to go because they're a drain on our system, think about those 3. There's a mother and 2 children, right? They are citizens, all 3 of them. Now that the breadwinner is gone, they will qualify financially for SNAP, welfare, medical, all kinds of government aid. And so long term, I haven't really heard anybody talk about that much. Long term, how is that going to cost the taxpayers, right? Yeah. There's cost at every corner. There's cost. There's heartache.
And it's not helping. I was up there on Father's Day, and I got to meet 2 of the moms, and like the person you were talking about, both born. One was born in Missouri, one in Kansas, and they were in the process of getting green cards for their husbands that were detained. And one of them had 3 kids and the other one had 6 kids. And they were ranging from babies to, I think 12 was the oldest. And right. It's just, there's no sense in it. They're in the process of doing what is right. And I hear that question all the time. Well, if they've been here for X number of years, why haven't they done it right? Well, when they try, look what happens.
Oh, and the path I've learned, the path is sometimes very difficult for several reasons. One, you're in a country that sometimes you don't understand our systems or our mechanism of government. And 2, I've heard it could be very financially costly. And if we spent the billions of dollars that we're using to chase these people to try to deport them, if we spent that to a better, more efficient, more affordable pathway to citizenship, if we spent that billions of dollars in that effort on that, and listen, I'm not going to say that some of people don't need to go, right? I'm not going to say that. But come on. And we're guilty as a society because these individuals have been coming across borders ever since I can remember, whether it be Republican or Democrat administrations. And now all of a sudden, 5, 10, 15, 20, sometimes 30 some years, a gentleman the other day, 37, you've been here 37 years. All of a sudden we flip a switch and say, it's time for you to go. That's inhumane within itself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is passion to me. This is wrong. This is about just the old saying about love your neighbor. This goes against everything as a human, normal people are taught. And it's hate, and it's driven by hate. And I hope in the midterms we can turn that hate and make a difference. As fast as these places are opening, like in Leavenworth, they can close.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. Troubles me. I gotta say this for all the viewers out there that support our military and support our veterans. I truly believe you cannot be a supporter of the military and a veteran and support Core Civic after what happened to my friend, Marsha Levering. Army veteran of 7 years, did a tour in Iraq, came to work at Core Civic, and because of direct neglect of the facility, he was stabbed and beaten to near death. 16 surgeries, disabled for life. And Core Civic had the gall to come into her intensive care room and have her sign paperwork while she was in intensive care. And ultimately, that was the reason why she's in the position she's in. That's how much they cared about a veteran.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
And
I know I got on one of my rants. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I really appreciate you sharing it. So you don't have a website, but you do have business cards that I know when we met, you gave me one, and you do have the information. And so people can get in touch with you via Facebook, Joseph Rogers. We're friends, so you can find him that way potentially. I don't know if you can see my friend list or not. But keep doing the work. You're doing what's right. And I know you and I have had a lot of conversations about how you got to this point and the work you did there. But you're doing amazing just by speaking up and pushing back right now. I don't think that
means a lot coming from you. That truly does. I mean, I can't tell you how encouraging it is when I hear kind words like that. I think throughout the last year and a half, the hardest thing that's happened to my family, we've had threats, but when they took a picture of my wife, photoshopped it, shared it all around on social media, and Linda is an amazing person, and she doesn't speak out. She has the same beliefs as I, but when it was so painful to her that she cried for 2 days, and that's the evilness that. But that's okay. So, yeah.
I don't know why
your kind
stuff like that. It's a shame.
So your kind words mean a lot, and I got so much respect for you. I look forward to get with you again, and we can go through another basket of documents.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate you keeping up with that and being somebody that those parents can reach out to.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried with school starting up. Wyandotte County, we're 57% Hispanic in our school system, and we've seen increased in ICE here since Leavenworth opened up, and it's intensifying even more. In fact, they threatened to arrest me 2 Saturdays ago. So we're seeing that increase in Wyandotte County, and I'm very concerned about the kids and the families. Will they return to school? Will they not return to school? I don't know.
I think we'll see a lot that don't. Yeah, I mean, citizens are afraid of this. It's not even just people without documentation. It's
not.
All
it's not. If you look the part, and people are scared. Our Central Avenue, which I don't know if you know Wyandotte County, Central Avenue is highly Hispanic. It's Channel 41 did a story on this a few weeks ago. it's damaging small businesses in Wyandotte County. And because whether you're a citizen, born and raised here, but you look Hispanic or you're brown, they're hassling you. And you know, for me, it was a shock too, Ann, as a 61-year-old white man that pulled over because I saw ICE activity, and I was at least 50 foot away and was taking pictures. Never got out of my vehicle, and for them to come to me that far away and start harassing me by threatening arrest, that was an eye opener for me, right? So if you don't think, and if they're doing nothing wrong, what are they worried about, right? I'm just taking pictures.
Well, and I know they're supposed to be requiring body cams now, at least when they're doing traffic stops, was the most recent thing that I heard. But you're absolutely right. And the new law that they passed that you have to be 25 feet away, that's a lot of oversight. That's a lot of citizen oversight that they're doing away with when they don't have any other way for us to make sure that they're not.
Well, here's what I'll say about the body cam. I think that would be wonderful. But who's going to enforce that body cam? We've seen time and time again with the murders of innocent protesters or whatever you want to call them. That definitely could have been avoided. Trust me, I worked in a rough joint up there, and I can't even think of the time, even when I was stabbed, that I would have thought I was at the point where I need to kill somebody. If that makes sense, what I'm saying. But these guys are running rampant. It's like the old West, and then they know because you've got the administration supporting their every move. So body camera or not, it's not, unless somebody wants to enforce that body camera, it's not going to do any good.
Yeah.
You know, of course, now you do know, and you do know that special use permit, clause 8, you have the federal prison up in Leavenworth. Right down the road, you have Lansing State Prison, and you have the Grossman Center, which is a halfway house. All those individuals that leave those facilities can walk straight out the door and straight on the street. Core Civic, the city elected officials, put a clause in there, anybody leaving Core Civic. So we had a guy that was held there and was here legally, right? Had all his legal paperwork. And when they released him, they took him to Missouri and dropped him in a parking lot with no money and no cell phone.
I've heard of this happening.
Well, this happened. Our team picked him up. He was at my house. So it's happening. It's not this ain't fake news. This is the reality of what we're doing. And what we're trying to do is our team found out and they've been really tracking it where they're dumping them, and they was able to get him that day. And we had him 500. He was 500 miles. He got picked up 500 miles from Leavenworth. I can tell you that we had him closed and we had him home in less than 24 hours.
Wow. Well, God bless you for that. Thank God. Thank God you were there.
Well, it wasn't me. It was the team. There's some people that are working this right now. And you know me, I was like, let's call the news. And oh no, don't you do that, Bill, because they're under the radar. They're the ones doing the amazing work. I swear, there's 4 people that I call them angels because the work that they're doing is unreal. And I hope someday that the history books write about those 4.
Yeah. I really appreciate you sharing that with us and sharing what you've seen, because that's something that, is invaluable. The firsthand experience, they can't argue with you because you were there and you've seen it. So I really appreciate the work you do, and I'm glad to have met you and your wife. You're lovely people, and I'm happy to have you as friends.
Well, yeah, you're more than you're more than just a candidate. You're a human. You're a mother. You're a daughter. But you are a friend. You're a friend of many. So I can tell you, I appreciate the fact that you had the guts to throw your hat in the ring, because I've worked a little politics, and that's an evil. That can't be an evil arena.
I know that now. We'll
I
have to.
tell you, it takes somebody with, you got to have thick skin to work politics.
Yeah, well, it's been an experience for sure. Though. But all right, Mr. Bill. Will you thank you again, and I'm sure we will talk again soon.
All right, call anytime.
Send my love to Miss Mindo, okay?
All right, thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye. No, is this coming on?
Your food's right there.
Oh, thanks. You can turn me off here and talk to them. What's up, Sophia? What's up? I want to talk to the general public line. See if he comes on.
Also, check your Facebook. Here we go.
Oh, he's here.
Hello.
How are you? I'm surrounded by
good. How are you?
I don't know how you do all of this stuff with the cameras and stuff all the time.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's impressive that you're doing this. I can't believe you're doing this.
I can't either. It was not my idea. I would not have agreed. But the team has done amazing work for me, and they've dedicated their lives to this. And so I figure the least I can do for them is stay up for 24 hours for a post before the election.
Yeah, well, you're the only one I know of in the entire country who's running for Senate who's doing this. So props.
You just wait. It's gonna catch on. We're gonna see them all do next. So introduce yourself for the people who are watching that might not know you. It looks like somebody does know you for sure. So they're excited to see you, but let them know who you are.
Well, hello, person. And hello, everyone. I'm Matt Beat, also known as Mr. Beat on the internet, not to be confused with Mr. Beast, who's the biggest YouTuber in the world. I'm much smaller. I make history videos, mostly American political history videos. Lately, I've become more of an activist, trying to participate in history, not just teach history. And my big issue I'm trying to promote is uncapping the U.S. House of Representatives. And I reached out to Anne to see if she would be on board, and she researched it and it was like, yeah, this is a great idea. And I've endorsed her to be the next senator of one of two representing Kansas, the great state of Kansas. Also, I got to say, I already voted. I voted early. I voted for you.
All right.
It's really
Thank
cool
you.
to actually, you spend all this time. Yeah, like, I got to ask you, are you going to vote for yourself, or is it going to be like that movie Election where you're like, it's weird to vote for myself? You got to vote for yourself, right?
It's funny because so Dr. Latz and his wife, who are also running in my race, and his
Awesome.
wife was like, oh, but I have to vote for my husband. And I was like, I was also like, I think I have to vote. Like, I don't think I can do this and not vote for me. Like, what would I think of myself for the rest of my life if I was like, you know what? No, I'm just. And then what if it was one vote that I lost by? I couldn't live with myself. So yes, I do intend to vote for myself unless some other candidate convinces me otherwise before I get my vote out. But I doubt it.
Shout out to Kevin too, who has also added uncapping the House to his platform. And I was like, hey, the more the merrier. I'll also endorse you. But yeah, I mean, obviously you're my favorite candidate, and it's been weeks now. I mean, like, I just really want to thank you again for enthusiastically taking it on when so many others, I talked to multiple folks running for Senate, and others were not as enthusiastic. They were like, well, I don't know. Because I think what it is a lot of times, if it's something new, it's not tested. It's not, there's not a lot of people talking about it. They don't want to be a leader. They just want to, they want to wait for the followers to build up. Then wait for, I call them wind people. They wait to see which direction the wind is blowing. And then like, oh, the wind is blowing that way. Then I'll go that way. There's a lot of people like that in politics.
There really are. They're really, I think you're exactly right. The reaction is to it before they jump into it. And I've seen that so much because I'm not very good at keeping my mouth shut about things. And so I just say it, right? And then all of a sudden other people start saying it. I'm like, good, yes, this is correct. Do that. But yeah, when you brought Uncap the House to me, at first I was like, what? And I was like, it sounds like something I would be on board with. So let me look into it. And yeah, it didn't take me any time to look into it and be like, yeah, this makes complete sense. And, it's not supposed to be capped. It's supposed to be based on population, which is the conversation that we've had before. I can only see it. I can see the logistic argument against it. However, it will give much more meaningful representation to the people of America, and I think that that's what we're supposed to be doing. So I think it's something we need to be pushing for all the candidates to get that, and for the people to understand that this is something that we need. So I'm glad you did reach out, and I'm glad you brought it to my attention because it was something that came out of left field for me, and I was excited to get to work with you on it. I was, my kids, every time I say Mr. Beat, they do tell me Mr. Beast. And I'm like, one day you're going to see how famous this guy is and how mommy introduced you. And then you're going to regret this. So
I met Mr. Beast.
I know you have. You've done a collaboration with him.
He was nice. He's very nice. I did bring up Uncapping the House to him, though. Missed opportunity.
You better do that. He's got a big platform, so he can get all the kids on board.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
But so Matt has a YouTube channel, and I'm sure he's on all the social media. I know he's on Facebook, but he does a lot of educational videos about history. And one of the ones that I've been, plugging for him because I watched it and I was like, oh my gosh, he's completely right, is the 1890s are the 2020s. And it talks about, our antitrust laws and enforcing them and busting up the monopolies then. And it's something that I think we're facing right now that we have to do now if we're going to find a path forward that will work for the American people again. And so I'd encourage you guys to check out his page and give him a like and a follow, but use him to educate other people because it's a fun way. I even make my kids watch it some because he does it in a fun way that's not boring. And although we did make fun of you for how you pronounced every Hindi word the other day. We were watching, I think you were comparing Delhi. I think you were you comparing Delhi and Mumbai?
Mumbai. Yeah, the two biggest cities in India.
Yeah,
I always butcher. That's okay. It's fair game. I just wait till you hear me try to do French pronunciations. Those get really.
I look forward to that.
Bad.
To be fair, I would also not know how to pronounce it if I did not marry a man from there. So.
Yeah, fair. It's tough. Yeah. But I know Spanish though. Like,
can you speak it fluently?
In the United States. No. I can speak Spanglish fluently, but not Spanish. Yeah.
Same. I can do Spanglish and Marathi-English, which is Marathi.
Oh. Yeah.
Mumbai. I think you called it Maratha.
Oh, did I? That was a long time ago. I'm sorry about that. What? So.
Really bad.
What? I take it you've been to India a few times then?
I've been twice. So the first time I went was actually a huge culture shock. I did not leave the house except for when they made me because it was just like I was terrified driving home from the airport. I definitely was going to die. But somehow they move in sync with each other in the streets. And so that was for my wedding, and that was my first time meeting his family and everything. And so it was an amazing experience. The next time I went, I was so proud of myself because I did leave the house, although I did get stuck on the side of the road because my husband did not help me cross, and all the vendors laughed at me. It was really something. I was like, I'm never going out with you again, Nikhil. But we took, and this was before COVID, and we haven't been back since then, but the kids are really wanting to go and see it. And so hopefully we'll get to go back. But you've been, yeah?
I've been to Malaysia, but not India. But in Malaysia, there's a very very large population of folks from India that have moved there, and so got some good food.
Yeah. Well, when you go, you let us know, and we'll tell you where not to eat.
Yeah, I got to figure out when we go, I should say when, like where. It's such a big country, there's just so many possibilities. I don't know if I want to go to Mumbai. No offense, but like I kind of want to
there's no
go
good
further up
offense.
north.
Just wait.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess to spend a month there and just try to tour the whole thing, right? That's what.
It's huge. Like I want to go back and do some of my father-in-law really wants to take me on some of like the safari rides and stuff. And I'd love to go to Goa. We've got a cousin that lives there. And I'd love to go to Delhi, but yeah, I don't like, I'm kind of a baby when it comes to travel and needing bathrooms. So that's
so tough to travel, especially on the way back. Yeah. Oh, it's rough traveling around the world. You really have to.
Oh, it's so awful. Those plane rides are. Oh, there's such. I don't know how my mother and father-in-law do it. They came over in January, and I'm just like, you got to upgrade them, man. Like I know it's expensive, but they can't be riding like that. It's terrible. So
yeah,
we're hoping. Cool. Do you take your kids with you on a lot of your trips? My in-laws?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What your in-laws think of Kansas?
They think it's hot. It's too hot.
Really?
Yeah. That's how hot it is in Kansas. My mother and father-in-law from Mumbai, too hot. And then it's too cold in the winter. But they love being here with the kids. Yeah. I mean, it's been amazing, and it definitely took some time for us because when my husband first told me that they would live with us, I was like, wait a minute, what? But we're friends now. I love them. They've taken me as their own, and I could not do any of the things that I do, especially this campaign, without them here. So they're amazing people, and I'm very blessed to have them. So yeah,
that's but awesome. I live with my in-laws. I live with my in-laws too.
Oh yeah.
So
you're the second white guy I've met on this that lives with his in-laws. I think Colin McRoberts. I hope I'm allowed to say that. Sorry, Colin, if I'm not, but he also.
Does he? Oh wow! I've also endorsed Colin. Vote for Colin as well if you live in the first district of Kansas.
I think he's going to hop on here in a little while, so he'll get to give a shout out. We did have his opponent Lauren on earlier, so people got to talk to her. So
Lauren's very nice too.
We got good people.
She did not add on Cap in the House. But yeah, honestly, like running. Yeah, like I mean, you can't go wrong with any of them on the Democratic side. I haven't really looked that closely at the Republican side, but chances are, they're all trying to get kiss the butt of the orange man. But
there is one guy in the primary for the Republican side. His name is Craig Musser. And as far as I can tell, he is just a regular guy that's like, it's too much. We need normal people in here. And so he is running in the primary. So if we have any Republican registered voters here, I know a lot of people across Kansas tell me all the time why I have to register as a Republican to have a meaningful vote. So if you're one of those people and you're looking for somebody to vote for, check out Craig Musser in that race. And Ron Nagel is in another race, and I can never remember which district, but it's a state house district, I think. So he's another one that's just seems like a regular person running for office. So.
Nice. Yeah, I've endorsed Republicans and independents across the country that have added Uncapping the House to their platforms. I just want to always stress it's not a partisan issue. It's something that everybody can get on board because it benefits everybody. So
yeah, and that's the thing is it's all of us together. And once we get past those labels, we really agree on a lot more than we think. So is this coming on now? Oh, so. They want me to let you know that up next, we're going to have the guy that was arrested for clapping at the Emporia City Commission meeting about data centers on here in just a little bit. So that's exciting.
I saw that.
Yeah, I saw it too. I've spoken with the reporter that was there, and I haven't spoken to him since then, but I was hoping to talk to him at some point. But yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, I didn't learn enough about it, I guess, but it just seemed crazy that. Like, are we missing some context that maybe he can fill us in on? Because it just seems a little authoritarian to me.
Doesn't
act
it?
like that. Yeah.
That's one thing that's really burned me up with all of this. And starting from Roger Marshall's Oakley Town Hall, right? When he just had no consideration for the people in that room who are his voters, who he owes his duty to. And I started watching the town halls after that. And so many of these Congress people would sit there while the public was genuinely coming to them with concerns, and they would smirk and they would almost laugh at them. And it would be, how dare you treat your voters like that? How dare you? And so that's a huge thing for me, is you need to respect the people that you're running to serve, or that you are elected to serve.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'll be interested to see what went down there. But that's one of the things, is like, I've been watching a lot of these data centers, and I don't know if you're keeping up with that. That's one thing when we align really across the board. I've got people that voted every which way who will share my stuff about data centers, because we're all concerned about it. And just watching the elected officials say, well, our hands are tied, we can't do anything. Well, I don't think that that's a good enough response right now. We need people that think outside the box, fight for us, do whatever you can. I don't know what it is. I'm not there, but let's figure something out, you know? But I think too many of them have forgotten that they're supposed to serve the people, and that they're not there to be anything. They're just there as a placeholder to what we want and need them to do. And we really got to get back to that.
Yeah. I think they're secretly afraid of us, though.
For sure.
I think that's just a front. Yeah, I think a lot of them is also billionaires are terrified of us. Because they realize, like, without us, they're nothing. You know, like, we're the ones who spend the money. That's why I think one of the most effective things you can do is a general strike, some kind of boycott. That actually does work. I know a lot of people were upset with Target there for a while, and their sales dramatically declined, like last year. And that's just one example of many. Now, what can you do with Amazon? Like my wife, she's like ordered something, and she's like, well, this isn't what I ordered. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess we just got to go with Amazon's competitor then, you know, like, so that's where I, like, when you brought up the antitrust thing, I'm glad you did. Like, there were people in the comments, though, that are still in the denial. Like, by the way, the video, the clip that of our interview, it has like 40,000 views on my channel. So you're getting, people are finding out about you. Yeah. And just over 24 hours. But yeah, I got to say that some of the comments, you know, you get trolls, but some of them are saying, like, well, these aren't true monopolies. Like, okay, well, then maybe they're duopolies. Okay, I'll give you that. But still, like, the fact of the matter is, we don't have capitalism in this country like it's supposed to be. It's not, markets are not functioning like they're supposed to. We have corporate welfare. We have all these aspects, like, where we're supposed to be, as a consumer, we are supposed to just like with as a constituent, you know, they're supposed to be serving us, and it's the other way around. Like, we have to sacrifice.
100%. But we're about to flip this on its head. Okay, Matt, I'm so sorry to cut you off. We do have, is this the fella? Mm-hmm. All right, so this is the fella that was arrested for clapping. He's about to come on. So if you happen to be up late at night, feel free to let me know. I'll be up and bored, I'm sure. So thank you so much. I've really enjoyed getting to know you on this, and I look forward to see what else you do.
Good luck staying up all night.
Yeah, I'm going to need it. He said, hello, how are you? Oh, just kidding. Hold on.
I'm doing pretty good. How about you? It's all good.
Well, it's really nice to meet you.
Yeah.
You want to tell
it's really
the
cool to get the
stream?
email. Right.
You want to tell the stream a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I'm Lex Claridge, they, them. I am a high school physics teacher in my hometown, Emporia, Kansas. Moved here when I was like 4, and I pretty much haven't left aside from a 2-year stint in Texas right out of high school. So I'm teaching right where I went to school at. I live in the same home that I lived at as a child. Very lucky to be able to buy my childhood home. And up until this summer, had no idea what a data center was or what it's like to be arrested.
Wow. Okay. So I didn't know you were a teacher over there. That even more respect to you for that.
Yeah, about to go into my fifth year now.
Wow. Yeah. So what? High school then? You said
high school. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Mainly freshmen and physics. Oh, sorry, seniors.
Very cool. Very cool. I studied to teach secondary education. Never to do it full time, but I've worked with kids off and on, and I know. I mean, like we need all the good teachers we can get. So thank you for that work. So tell us what in the world happened.
Oh, goodness gracious. I'll try to do this in a very cohesive storyline, but it's just been a month in the making, 2 months in the making. So long story short, basically our city announced on June 2nd that they're looking at a potential project that would potentially bring in a data center, and that we could have public comment the following day at the city commissioner meeting. Since I didn't really know much about a data center and I was already busy with my summer teaching job, I kind of just winged a speech, basically saying that if you guys are talking about a gigawatt facility, our local power plant, Wolf Creek nuclear power plant, they push out about 1 gig, not even in a month. So where are we charging this? And then I warned them about Utah because I saw that they were doing shady things over there in Utah with their data center and how it was just getting fast tracked. And so I tried to warn them about Utah and not being like them. And I don't know, I'm starting to doubt that now. But anyway, since then, there's been 2 commissioner meetings with the city and 2 public hearings with the Zoning Planning Commission to basically adopt a digital infrastructure overlay, which is basically the regulations that the data centers will have to be beholden to. That's a little bit extra than your typical industrial zoning. And then they also wanted to rezone 11 tracts of land, different parcels, all adding up to a total of 1,000 acres. And that's out west of Emporia, where quite a few people live. It's for the most part undeveloped and part of some of our tall grass prairie. And I think about 4% of the remaining tall grass prairie lands in Kansas. One of those tracks, track 11, is almost like visible from my front yard. 20 years ago, if this were to happen, I would be able to see the data center from my front yard. It would be right next door to an aquatic center, a water park. Across the street from there is our big soccer field where kids come to play soccer. We have an elementary school, middle school, high school, and technical college, all within a mile of that. Several churches, and then of course neighborhoods upon neighborhoods. So everyone's in town is pretty much against it, except for the few rich and business-minded people that are really trying to push this through. Everything had gotten passed in the zoning public hearings. They decided to go ahead and recommend to rezone and apply the DIO to the pieces of land. And so Wednesday, the big day, that's when the city commission decided to take last public comment on rezoning, and then they unanimously decided to rezone anyway, despite the fact that across these past 2 months, we've had upwards of 15 hours of speeches in opposition, and I think not even an hour in support of this project. Throughout this whole process, every time someone made a speech in opposition, we all applauded like you do with a speech you agree with. We just clap. And I continued that behavior, just like I have been all summer, up until they decided that enough was enough and I should be arrested.
Oh wow!
Yeah, sorry I had to kind of ramble on there for a bit, but it's been a summer.
So were you given a warning to not clap?
Many. Oh, so many warnings. So the meeting on Wednesday started with specifically the warning that disruptions would not be tolerated. I actually missed that warning because the room we were in, they decided to keep it in a small room, even though we packed our basketball stadium in the same building. We packed that with the public hearing, so they should have known that a lot of people would be coming out of work. I digress. So the room filled up, and they started sending us into the overflow room. I was one of the last seats to take. I took one of the last seats in the overflow room, and the stream was down, so I missed that initial warning about no disruptions being tolerated. And while most people decided to go to the second overflow room upstairs, I decided that the 2 rows that were reserved, since no one was really telling me who they were reserved for or why, I'll just go ahead and take one of those spots. The meeting is open or has started already, and if no one's there, I'll just sit. And I think that kind of upset a lot of people, and it's probably what put a target on my back for the arrest. But I listened to 9 speeches, clapped for 5 of them before I heard my first warning. This would have been everyone else's second warning. And we continued to clap, and then we started doing the beat snapping. Some people started doing jazz hands. Some people started winking in solidarity. But across the hour that I was there, I clapped for 13 speeches, snapped for 5, and I heard 3 warnings and 1 final warning before I finally got arrested. To kind of contrast that to the previous meetings, the public hearings, I did the exact same stuff. I clapped after each speech, even though there were several warnings. I was even more belligerent at those, because after 5 hours of listening to these speeches, it's kind of hard to keep your cool at 11 o'clock at night. So I started jeering and heckling the representative that's proposing this whole project to begin with, Garrett Nordstrom, a real supervillain looking kind of man. So yeah, I've been doing the same kind of behaviors, but they decided finally, after so many warnings across so many meetings, that they'll arrest me now.
Wow. So how long were you there? You must have a court date coming up then?
Yeah, so I got arrested at like 11:30, and they started booking me around noon. And so at least here in Emporia, I don't know how common this is because I don't, make a habit of getting arrested. But I had a 6-18 holding or whatever it's called. So if I make bail, they'll release me after 6 hours. If I don't pay bail, then they'll release me after 18. And they took so long for the booking process that the money for my bail had already been raised before I even got my phone call. So I couldn't tell my wife, hey, don't bail me out. I don't want to give these guys any money. But the people have already helped me out, and so who am I to say no to that?
So what was have you heard from the people that were there, from the community since then?
Oh, big time. Oh yeah. We have 3 petitions going right now to restructure our city government, to go from the city commission model to a city council model. We wanted to set it up, split Emporia into its neighborhoods as districts, and then each neighborhood can elect a representative to be on the council. And then we'd have a mayor at large to kind of help run the whole city. So I was out in the hot sun on Saturday, got my sunburn for the year, collecting signatures at our 2 locations for that. And everyone who popped by to sign were very supportive. They, either gave me a handshake or a fist bump, and told me to keep up the good fight, and that they hope that I sue the heck out of them.
Yes, that's civil disobedience.
Yeah.
It's huge, and I know some people don't understand it, but sometimes you have to make a statement, and you were peaceful doing it, and that's key. It always has to be. But still voicing your concerns and saying what you need to say. And that's one thing that I think we're missing from so many of our elected officials right now, is people willing to hear us. And the people of the state, of the country, of the communities are done with that. So to the elected officials out there, I'm going to say, if y'all want to keep your seats, if you want any hope of winning, y'all need to start listening, not just on a surface level for show, but really hearing what the people are saying, because the people are fed up right now. And one way or another, we're going to have representation that works for us. So that's really awesome what you're doing. Is there an organization that you're with that's collecting these signatures. If people want to get involved, if they're in your area, where can they find out more information about everything that's going on there?
Yeah, we have a Facebook group. It's called Emporia Neighbors United. I can't say I personally am too involved with it because I'm just so busy being a teacher. But my wife has been very helpful in that, and she's been kind of keeping me in the loop. But they're the ones that are kind of running the petitions. We have a fourth petition for people who don't live in the city of Emporia but live out in the county, in Lyon County, and that's to put like a moratorium, I think, on data centers, or maybe it's just straight up say no to data centers. I can't remember the exact wording since it doesn't apply to me. So we got stuff for the county people too, who have been feeling like they have no say in the matter because this has all been a city thing, and they don't really have a right to speak up in the city commission, or So I want to also plug that one in.
Yeah, well, thank you for doing it, and thank you for the work that you're doing, and thanks for being on here. It's really nice to meet you. I remember watching the video, and when they told me that you're coming on, I got very excited to get to meet you and hear what happened. But I appreciate you and everybody, all of the people that are stepping up to come together and make sure that the community is represented and that their voices are heard, because that is one thing that we're just really bad missing. So thank you so much, Lux. It's really nice to meet you. We've got Marjorie coming on next with the Prairie Dog Alliance. They're fighting a nuclear fission project down in Parsons, Kansas. So we're about to hear about that. So stick around. If you got any links you want people to know about, feel free to drop them in the comments there, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you for having me.
You take care. Keep on keeping on, Lux.
Wake up about 6 or so. Text me your thoughts on going to Lawrence.
Okay.
And whether you need.
What's up, Marjorie and we get both of you. How are you both?
How'd you get
It's so nice to see you guys. It's been a hot minute, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yeah.
So do us a favor and introduce yourselves if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm Marjorie Reynolds, the founder and director of Prairie Dog Alliance. And this is?
I'm Delaney Reynolds. I'm currently a student at Pitt State, and most importantly, her daughter. And so I've been helping her with Prairie Dog Alliance.
Yes. Prairie
Well,
Dog
thank
Alliance.
you both for being here. Yeah, tell us about the Prairie Dog Alliance. That's the next question. What is that?
We have a Facebook page and also a website. We are a pushback, an educational group, and an information group for people in the local community and wider community to find out about the project that Deep Fission is currently constructing. They announced it on February the 5th, and then they started construction, I believe it was the 8th or 9th. Or I'm sorry, on December.
Yeah.
It was December 5th they made the announcement, and then they started construction before there could be any community comment. So it was on the 8th or 9th of December of 2025 when they started construction. So they are planning.
You guys didn't know about it until they were ready to break ground, right? Do I have the right understanding?
No one voted for this. No one has given consent to this. They're at Great Plains Industrial Park, which that is like a gated industrial park, but the actual physical location of the project is less than 2,000 feet from someone's household.
Wow.
So
wow.
There's a wall around Great Plains Industrial Park, but around Great Plains Industrial Park are working farms and ranches and a small town of Labette, which the township of Labette is in Labette County. We're talking about Labette County. Parsons is a town of about 10,000 people that is approximately 5 miles west of the project site.
And so you started this actually after you did something else last year. What'd you do last year that you had never done before?
I ran for city commission here in Independence. I actually live in Independence, but I have 150 of my relatives that are going to be living within 30-mile radius of the project site.
So what have you learned about it? Because I know that there's a lot of concern, like anybody when they hear nuclear, right? Like it
Yes.
unless you're an expert in it, it it raises your alarms or whatever, you know. So what have you learned about all of this while you've been doing it? The safety of it, the implications of it, whether it's environmental or to the benefit or the detriment of the community around it. What can you tell us about it?
First of all, this is an experimental project. It's untested. Normally, tests of nuclear experiments are done at Idaho National Laboratories, of course, in Idaho. But they've chosen to bring this basically to the public. There is no exclusion zone around the facility. So, normally, when there is a nuclear project, then depending on the size of the reactor, there is an exclusion zone, which means nobody lives within a mile or 2 miles or 5 miles. So the commissioners, we have a county commission of 3 individuals, and then we have a city commission in Parsons. But those people like to compare this project to Burlington, but Burlington has a exclusion zone around the facility. Burlington is also not an experiment. It's a tried and tested facility that was subject to the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, when it was constructed. This is under the Department of Energy and the NRC, but the Trump administration has gutted both of those agencies, mainly the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It has changed the regulations. We were the gold standard. The United States was the gold standard that other countries looked to develop their regulations for nuclear facilities. And now that's been changed. A lot of the regulations are now recommendations instead of regulations. So let me give you a little. I'm going to back up a little bit and give you a little bit of a summary of what the project is. They're putting a micronuclear reactor a mile deep. They're going to dig a borehole and put it a mile deep underground. Now, on top, they're going to have steam turbines. So, this, when they place the reactor a mile deep, it's going to be attached through water piping. There's going to be a closed loop, which is internal, and then there's going to be an open loop, which they're going to use water for cooling. So they're going to fill this after they put the micro reactor a mile deep. They're going to fill the borehole with water. Okay. And then at the top, they're going to have the heat from that reaction piping up water inside a closed loop system and running a steam turbine. It's a very expensive way to create electricity.
And so then that whatever happened in Burlington, is this how they did that, or this is a completely new concept that they're testing out here?
Yes, this
completely
is
new
and untested. We are the test. Without voting, even our county commissioners didn't vote on this. Without anyone in the county or the surrounding landowners, those taxpayers, those voters, they didn't give any sort of consent to this project whatsoever. It was basically, we're going to do this here. We started.
And how did they get authorized to do it? There was no application for a permit, anything at all, zoning, nothing?
Well, we've been told that they are zoned at the Great Plains Industrial Park for heavy industry, which includes nuclear. So that part, I haven't done a lot of research into that specifically, but the company, Deep Fission, has applied for an application to the DOE, Department of Energy, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So they received a permit to dig a borehole, but it was only 8 inches at the facility site, and they've already done that, and that's for testing. We have a oil and gas expert. I have a borehole expert that weighs in on some of the information, and also an oil and gas expert. He's stated several times that one data point, one borehole, is not providing enough information for an experimental project.
Yeah.
So they're not subject to uh, environmental studies or environmental um, concerns because of the executive order. And the executive order that applies to this project, there's two executive orders. One of those executive orders concerns the pilot project that set up these 11 different companies to be able to develop these micro nuclear reactors. And there's another executive order that basically went into the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and changed a lot of the regulations. So since this is an experiment, it's under the DOE, and this company has applied for an application to both the DOE and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So it's under review, but unfortunately, we know what DOGE has done to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and then with how this executive order has changed the gold standard that basically the U.S. had in existence for several years.
If you don't mind, Marjorie, just so people know your background, would you mind telling them, what you do now and what you did before?
I was I was in the military for 17 years, and during my active duty portion of the military, I was with crypto. So I did that, and I was overseas cryptographic equipment maintenance, and also on a traveling maintenance team. Um, I got out of the service and I went into nursing. I went into engineering, but I kept getting activated. So I was activated for, I would say, at least 10 different times. I was in New Jersey, and I was also a nanny. So I couldn't complete an engineering degree. So I ended up coming back to Kansas, had my daughter, and got married and put myself through nursing school. So I'm a pediatric home health nurse now. So I care tremendously about this community. And I do not want the people in this community subject to things like health problems, rare cancers, developmental disabilities, birth defects, with something that they didn't vote on and they didn't give their consent to, and that they're paying taxes on this land, and this may be affecting their livelihoods. Mm-hmm. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for everyone that you've had on this live stream today with standing up for their communities, because we have to. Who's protecting those people? Who's protecting those people around what's happening with these data centers and with these different projects? We have to protect ourselves because the local officials are not doing that.
That's right. It's all the people together. That's the only way we get through it. And that's the only way we protect this country for the next generation. And I know that's huge for you. And so I really appreciate the work that you do. And she's been at it for a while, guys. Please, I know you already you let them know how they can get in touch with you, how they can learn more, get involved, but do that again for us. If you need people there, if you need volunteers, let them know what you need. And if there's anybody, I don't know if you know whether there are other projects that are trying to go through in other places or not, but I'm sure that you would welcome them reaching out to you as well to get to share in your experience and what works and what doesn't work, so that we can all, not reinvent the wheel, but move forward the best way that we can together.
Right. And I've had people from communities with data centers, they're actually trying to put some in here around the area. And I've had people contacting me asking for my advice. So I only have a limited amount of time. I'm a full-time pediatric nurse, but I try as hard as I can to give the best advice I possibly can.
But they can look up your organization, Prairie Dog Alliance, and definitely can follow what's going on there. So, well,
Yes.
thank you both for joining me. Thank you for the work that you do. It is huge. It is inspiring. I told you from the beginning, Marjorie, how much I am inspired by you, and that has not stopped. I'm the caliber of people that I've met on this journey I can't even tell you. It's I'm speechless. So, and Delaney, it is always nice to see you, and I hope you're doing well. And I hope that are you in school this summer or starting back in the
Yeah.
fall?
Yes. I took
All
summer
right.
classes and now I'll be back in the fall. Yes.
All right. Well, good on you. We'll keep after it because we're gonna need you.
Yeah.
Y'all take care and have a good night.
All right, you too. Thank you so much.
Oh, what are we doing now? Do we have somebody else?
You should eat.
Oh, Adam Hamilton's coming on at 8:30, so I'm gonna take a little break and let somebody else talk to you guys for 15 minutes.
I have a picture to show you that I took earlier.
Oh, that's so sad. Thanks, Sophia. They keep me humble.
Also, check your Facebook. I tagged you in a post that I made from earlier.
I hope it's not that picture.
It's not. I posted the good pictures on Facebook. What? Alright. Hi everyone, my name's Sophia, and I took this picture of Anne earlier. How are we doing tonight?
Oh my god, it's still on. Sorry, guys.
Okay, are there any comments? Like,
No. I will get the stickers set up.
you got the what?
The stickers. Printed.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce myself quickly. Hi, my name is Sophia Walcott. I am 19 years old, and I have been a resident of Kansas all my life, born and raised here in Merriam, Kansas. I just wanted to talk to you guys about my experience with working on campaigns. So I first met Anne Perelker and Sarah Prue on June 18th, 2026 at Black Bear Diner in Olathe. And from there, it sort of progressed. I started doing canvassing and door knocking, and I got in touch with the community and went to events for Sarah and Anne. And now I get paid to work on Sarah's campaign, and I also repost Anne's stuff onto my social media pages. I carry her literature with me, so that's my experience. I was, yeah.
There you go. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Coming at us from where are you right now?
Well, I am coming from a meet and greet. Let's see, I'm going to get this where it's not so shiny behind me. Coming from a meet and greet in Kansas City area, and had a group of about, I think there was probably 40, maybe 45 people here, and just telling the story of why I'm running and what's going on. And these are just wonderful people, and they were very excited. So you've done a lot of things. This is part of what you do as a candidate.
Yeah. Well, I got a few neighbors with your signs in their yard. I'm gonna have to go talk to them. So
Exactly. You need to remind them that you're the best Ann for the job.
I am the best Ann for the job. In fact, one neighbor has your sign and my sign. So
Well, good. I like that. You know what? I don't mind. I don't mind having my sign in your yard. Our signs next to each other in somebody's yards. I really appreciate you, Ann. Very grateful for you.
I appreciate you. And so, okay, so we chatted before you jumped into the race. You were announcing your exploratory campaign that morning, I think. And I will tell you, I think I told you, but I'll tell everybody else. When I found out that you were going to run, I was like, okay, who is this guy? And so I reached out to every pastor that I know, and I was like, I was doing my research. I was like, I background you. There's no secrets from me now. So you decided to run. A lot of people will say it was late in the game and you should have started sooner, but you explained to me kind of your path to get here. So you want to explain that for us?
Sure. So, first of all, I have a great job. I love being the senior pastor of the Church of the Resurrection, a United Methodist congregation here. I love my job. I love the people. I had 4 years until retirement. I already had it planned out. I would preach my last sermon in October of 2030, 40 years to the day from when I started the church and preached the first sermon. And we love, going to our granddaughter's soccer games and band concerts. She's 12 and lives in Lawrence. And so this was not really an aspiration of mine to become a United States Senator. But I watched last year when President Trump was inaugurated. And then following that, I always pray for the president. God, please help this guy. I hope he learned something the last time around. I hope he'll, do a better job this time around. But I watched on inauguration as he signed three of the 24 executive orders, and I thought that's going to hurt people. And each night, Lavana would watch the news, and I would just shake my head and go, "That's just not okay with me." And I turned to my wife after the first month or two, and I say, "Somebody's got to do something." And anyway, we went through a whole year of wrestling, feeling that. And I had people reach out to me, please consider running. And we think you bring something to the table that would be important. And after a year, it was January, my wife turned to me one day and she said, I said once more, I think somebody needs to do something. And she said, I think you need to do something. And we went out on a listening tour across the state of Kansas, took 4 days off of the church, went to 18 cities and just listened to people, just like you've done for, so many times, and listened to, ranchers and school teachers and stay-at-home moms and grandparents and doctors and nurses. And we found our heart just, went out to them. We thought, we have to do better than what's happening in Washington, D.C. And right now it's felt like to me for the last year that Roger Marshall seems to act like he was hired by the president to be a spokesperson, as opposed to being hired by the people of Kansas to be their champion and their protector, to stand up for them and to fight for them. And he votes with the president 100% of the time. And so anyway, we came back from the listening tour, spent more time praying and just trying to discern. And after Easter, 3 months ago this week, we finally announced that we were going to jump in. So it was way late. It would have been ideal if we jumped in 6 months before that. But I was really wrestling with this. I just felt inside like, this is what's happening is not normal in our country. This is not decent. It's not the way, and it's not a Republican or Democrat thing as much as it is just a human decency thing. Policies, that are hurting people, rhetoric that's just demeaning and belittling. And again, we finally jumped into the race saying, look, if there's a chance that I could beat Roger Marshall, I want to do everything I can to see that happen. I don't want 6 more years of Roger Marshall. And I'm really worried about the next 2 years of the final 2 years of President Trump's second term.
And I appreciate that. And so we actually met. I asked you, I said, I want to meet you. I want to go to lunch because I'm, whoever of us is elected, whether it's me or you, they're my next senator too, right? And I'm genuinely, and I think we've talked about this, but why I'm in it is genuinely because I'm worried about the future of our country for my kids, and that's really where it started for me is I can't sit out and just allow this to happen without doing something. And this was something that I thought that I could do. And we were pretty much, similar in that way
Yes.
when we had our conversation. And, we both said, I don't know if I'm supposed to win, but I know I have to be here and I know I have to do this work.
Yep.
And I know, I told you, I said, I'm kind of glad you've taken some of the attention off of me because some of it's really nasty. And so is this what you expected it to be like running for an office, or has it been different than you expected? Or
Sure. No, that's a great question. First of all, I want to say how much I was taken with you when we first met. And I appreciate your story. I appreciate your care for, in particular, immigration. And that's really near and dear to my heart as well. And I just thought I loved your heart for that. And what I told you that first day, just like you told me, is, if you are the one who makes it past the primary, I'll be supportive. I'm really glad. I just want to make sure that we give, that we actually do our best to try to get somebody elected other than Roger Marshall. So I was thrilled to have a chance to meet with you and grateful that you reached out to me. It meant a lot to me. And since then, you've been a great encourager. I love that about you. When you see other candidates, you encourage them and you try to find ways to honor them. And I just think that's awesome about you, Ann. I really love that. And but your question was, remind me, I'm sorry, I got off track.
I was just curious because, I have been, you expect it to be kind of messy, but being part of it and being front row and watching a lot of when you came in and the drama that came out around that, and then of course there were things that you've already experienced with people putting stuff out about you, other candidates and stuff. So is this kind of what you expected it to be like, or is it different, or?
Well, I think that the one thing that surprised me a little bit was that the first round of the first round of attacks was really from a fellow Democrat. And I'm like, oh, I was thinking we were on the same team. I expected that to come later on. But, I did expect that, this is the reality of politics today. It's sad and it's tragic. And it's why many people don't run. Really great people don't run, is who wants to have people make things up about them or twist the truth around or try to besmirch their character. And, a lot of people, I understand, say I don't want that to happen to me. And I think at 62, I felt like, okay, I know that's going to happen, and it's okay. I can handle it. I'll hold my head high. I'm going to try my best to fight a serious battle in this. But at the same time, I'm not going to stoop to the level of belittling people or making things up about them or lying about them. But we got plenty to fight. And I'm thinking Roger Marshall now. We got plenty to stand up on his record to say, that's not okay, and that's immoral, or it's indecent. It's not who we are as humans. That we don't have to make things up or belittle somebody else. We just can say, look, here's your record, and this is just not okay. It's not good for Kansas. It's not good for people. But I would say, I kind of expected some of that, but I try not to focus on that. I really try to focus on, okay, here's the good we're trying to do, and I'm going to be the best candidate I can possibly be, and not allow some of that to get me down.
Well, I think people see that, and I think people are fed up with, people trying to tear other people down when they're running. Now, if there was something really concerning that I thought, oh, the public really needs to know this about one of my opponents, and we had this conversation, I would probably reach out to that person first and say, hey, and in fact, I've done that. There's been people that have posted stuff that was incorrect about immigration law, and I could have, embarrassed them publicly. But what good is that going to do? They're trying. And I did reach out to them, and I think they addressed it and everything. And I don't want to win because I can slander somebody else. I want to win because I'm the best candidate for the job, right? And I think
exactly
me trying to hold somebody else back or put somebody else down, I didn't get in this because I need to be a senator. I got in this because I needed someone to go and fight for me and my people, and because no one was doing it, right? And so it was a real shame. And that's one conversation that we had, actually, because I don't know you from Adam, except that you're Adam Hamilton and now know you. But, it was something that I saw coming out too. And so I reached out to you and I said, did you know about this? And you said they didn't reach out to you. They didn't talk to you at all beforehand. And that's just kind of something that I'm not used to as a lawyer. Usually you'll get a phone call at least. And it's just such a nasty way to do things, in my opinion. And I think it's a shame that we've ended up that way. And I do think, that's one thing that I've gotten to know several of the candidates and genuinely like them as people. And while I'm still the best Ann for the job, it's been a relief to know that there are other people that are here because they really care and they want to do something, and
Yep.
to make those relationships and get to know some of these people has been really amazing, and I've really enjoyed it, and
I
you're one of
agree.
those people. And I promised you we keep it light and everything, and so I'm going to do that. I will tell you this: I have one friend who is very concerned about our health care system,
Yep.
and he really wanted me to ask you about universal health care, but I'm not going to take you down that. But I want you to know that people are asking those questions. So if you feel compelled at some point to, talk about that more, I
Yep.
haven't looked at your website and your stuff. I don't have
We've got
time
some,
necessarily.
exactly. I understand. We've got some
Keep
stuff
up
on
with
our
everything.
website. Yeah, hamiltonforkansas.com. People can find out more about where we stand on that. And I do think healthcare it's one of the most critical issues right now of our time. And it's got to be addressed. I mean, and so lots of reasons why we need to be talking about healthcare, rural healthcare, the Medicaid cuts that happen in the one big ugly bill, the fact that we cut out, the subsidies, which left today, there's 51,000 people in Kansas who had health insurance in January of 2025 who don't have it anymore. And that's just, and the impact of that is huge on rural hospitals. It's huge on families, on children. I mean, it's a serious issue and we've got to address it. So, yeah.
That's something that I think we all hear from everybody, and whether
Yep.
they're right or left,
Yep.
everybody is concerned about that, and so it's a huge issue. So I'm glad that it's on your radar, and
Yep.
I do really appreciate you joining me. I know this is kind of, everybody's like, why is she doing this? I'm also like, why am I doing this? But the team wanted me to. It's our publicity stunt. Welcome to it.
Well, I think it's awesome. And I told my team when you'd asked me, I said, I really love Ann. And I just want to, if this could be a blessing or some way to just encourage her as well, I'd love to do that. And I thought the fact that you have invited me is very generous of you. And I hope you make it through your 24 hours. I hope you could stay awake all that time. But good for you. And I've got to get back to this gathering here, but I just wanted to say thank you and just wishing every blessing upon you. And
Thank you so
appreciate you
much.
having
And
us.
real quick, where are you going to be if people want to see you? Where are you next?
Yeah, so I'm going to be in Manhattan tomorrow. Actually, I'll be in Manhattan and Junction City and several other places. It's on my website. People can find out. And I'm really looking forward to hanging out there tomorrow. So, yep.
Well, good deal. Good luck. We got almost 6 days to go. So,
Yep.
and then it's all in to the end. So
That's exactly
take
right.
care, Pastor Hamilton.
All right, you too.
Thank you
Great to
so
see you
much.
today. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Oh, I'm still. We have somebody coming on next. Oh no, I didn't ask Helen. Hold on. And Caden was going to come on at some point.
Can we mute for a second?
Yes.
Not working.
What's up, Helen?
Technical difficulty.
Yep. Us too. Oh, where'd she go?
Oh, you
Oh,
see me.
there she
You see me.
I see you. I see you. Do you see me?
I do see you.
Oh. How are you, ma'am?
Good. So am I like on there?
You're on.
Hi. I'm
Tell everybody
tired.
who you are.
I am Kansas Helen. I have a Substack and YouTube and Facebook and TikTok and Instagram, Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcast, where I do interviews with candidates running for Kansas House. And I just did a whole series on the primaries. I'm finishing up all the Kansas House primaries, and then I'm on the U.S. House ones now. I just did District 3 is coming out. Well,
Have
it's
you
out on the
interviewed all the
Substack.
candidates for House?
No,
Oh,
I
dang.
haven't. No. I interviewed, well, I've done like 21 altogether, including yours, the first one. So there's been 1, 2, 3 people in your race, or 2 people in your race, you and then Latz, and then Cole Epley and Ryan Gilbert for U.S. for Congress, District 4. Of course, they both dropped out, but a lot of Kansas House districts that are in primaries this year. There's a lot of primaries in general this year in the Kansas House, Republican and Democrat. So I
You try to keep those kind of interviews. You try to keep them, nonpartisan, right? You just ask questions that people have.
Yeah, I invited everybody. This time I didn't get any takers that weren't Democrat. The first round I did, I got a Republican and 2 Republicans. And yeah, I really wanted to interview the guy that we ran into when you were signing up, Musler.
Craig Musser.
Who's running against Tracy Mann in the primary. There's a double primary for that, just the big one.
Yep.
So if you just have to vote Republican, vote what's his name again? I'm so sorry.
Messler.
Messler.
Musser.
Musser. Yeah, it's time for change. It's time to get some balance back in Kansas.
I've been really sort of excited because there's so many just regular people running for office, I like to say, just people that they couldn't sit out anymore. They just had to do something. And they're up and down the ballot right now. And I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, I know, especially at like the House level. I should have got my tripod. At the House level, there really are just people running that are trying to do it for the right reasons, not all of them obviously, but a lot of them, on both sides. Even I think the Republicans are trying to take over some things, like with the governor race. I can't think of his name. Pinsky. It starts with a P. He's running in the governor's race against Ty Masterson. They're probably like the top 2 or whatever. Cernecki. That's it. That's the signs I see everywhere around Wichita.
Yeah, I see his signs a lot.
The few Republicans I do know are voting for him. So,
yeah.
Or Stacey Rogers.
I know. I've heard that Vicky Schmidt is the best candidate in that primary.
Who?
I don't know. Vicky Schmidt. I don't know enough about them all to know.
I don't know Vicky Schmidt. I'd say of the Republicans, I mean, if I had to vote for any of them, I'd vote for Stacey Rogers. But
I had a conversation with her. We've spoken a couple of times, and I respect her. I do think that she's trying her best. I disagree with her on a lot. But I do think that she's, just a person that was like, I got to do something. And she's, she's not part of the establishment. I'll say that.
No, she was kept out of debates. She wouldn't pay the $10,000. She's completely individual funded.
Yeah, maybe we should see if she wants to come on in the middle of the night. Stacy, if you're watching, if you want to come on.
Saying if you have to vote Republican in the governor race, if you just have to, Stacey Rogers is a great option over Ty Masterson. I was telling my kid yesterday, you know, when I don't know who to vote for, because I'm paying attention now, but I haven't always, you know. I usually end up just, you know, like I'll just vote for the woman. If I have to pick between a woman and a man, I'm gonna pick a woman. If I have to pick between like a woman of color, a person of color, and a white person, I'm gonna pick the person of color just because, you know, might as well try something different, you know. But
So what do you have any interviews coming up that we should be on the lookout for?
I only have one left, Taylor Moreland. She's out in District 7. It's a very rural district. I'm interviewing her Friday, so it'll come out like this weekend. But mainly just the articles. I just like I said, I've done Kansas Traditional District 1 and 2 are out. 3 is out on Substack and coming out on social media Thursday, and then I'm gonna do 4 on Friday. And then I'm gonna do your race, which I'll probably have to do it in 2. One for there's so many of you. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, I mean, I can cover you all, it's fine. But there's so many of you. And then the governor race, I'm definitely gonna do in 2 for each party. I think that's it.
So you've been involved in politics before, right?
Yes. In 2016. I got really involved because of Bernie, and was a precinct committee person and tried to get involved in like the Sedgwick County Democrats, and that you know, all did not work out very well. And then after that, I mean, I was like walking in a parade with the Bernie float with the banner, and if you know me, you know that's not me. I'm a behind the scenes gal, right? But I wore the shirt and I was so excited to vote for him. And when that all was taken away, I just got completely disenfranchised for a while. Then I started comedy, and then I just didn't pay attention to politics at all. I mean, I know I still went and voted for like Biden. I did my duty or whatever, but I didn't enjoy it, you know. And then, you know, 2024 is kind of the same situation. It was just like voting out of fear. But I've only voted twice for a president that I really wanted to vote for. One was Obama. Well, Obama twice, I guess, and then Bernie, who didn't make it. Everybody else I've just voted for because they were the lesser of an evil.
Isn't that a shame that we, like, it always feels like you have to decide, and you have to, who's going to do the least amount of damage is what it feels like for so many people.
Yeah, I just refuse. It's my vote. And I feel that I'm not putting my name behind somebody and then have to answer for their crimes. I put them in there, you know. So for anything they do, my name is on it, and I'm just refuse. I just refuse to vote for anybody that I don't really want to vote for. If they don't give me a candidate I want to vote for, I don't know what to tell them, right? I'll write
Well,
in.
and that's something that you and I have discussed, and you've spoken with a lot of younger people, and you've got kids and stuff too, right?
Mhm.
And they are telling us, if you don't give me someone that I can support, like because they're good, because they're going to fight for me, because there's somebody that I want, because they're representing me, then I'm not going to come out and vote. And that is such, you know, I've talked about how I used to think that young people weren't paying attention, but they're paying a lot more attention than I ever did at that age.
They're just not voting.
And not voting because they're not going to maintain the status quo. They're not going to do it anymore. They're not going to.
They're registering.
They're registering
Yeah.
unaffiliated.
Yeah, and
But
they're not gonna.
registering in Kansas.
They want They want a future. They need a seat at the table. They need buy-in in their country, and they're not getting it. And so that's huge.
Well,
And really
it's time for the old people to retire. You know, we've talked about that too, about how I guess there's been, like, I don't know if it was the Senate and Congress, but there's been 6 people die this year.
was there
with
6? Wow.
That's not including uh the turtle guy, I like Mitch McConnell. So 6 have died in office, and just this year. And so that is insane. And so, you know, not just term limits, but age limits. It's just, no offense to old people, but you know, I've talked to my mom who's 76, and it's just, you can't do the things you used to do. And I think once I've been looking at you know, the campaign finances of, like, Sharice Davids and these people that have been there a while, and how when they first started out, like 90% of their money came from individuals. Now, like 70% of the money comes from individuals. And so it's like, the longer they're in there, the smaller the percentage of individuals gets, and the higher they get money from PACs and all sorts of things. And that's my number one thing. I'm going to follow the money. And if I look at your finance reports and it's just a bunch of PACs and a bunch of rich people, and no individual donors, I know who you're going to work for, and you can't tell me I don't believe you if you tell me anything else.
Well, and that was one thing that, you and I had a discussion about when we first met. And they were like, I was like, well, I guess they can give me the money, but I'm not going to work for them. And you were like, no, that's not enough, because how can I trust that you're not going to work for them? And it was it's 100% correct, 100% correct. So, and yeah, I promised you that day.
Yep, you gave me a Paracar promise. And you know, I'll hunt you down.
I know you will.
I don't care if you're the president. I'll be like, Ed!
You don't care. Yeah, no. And that's, I love you. I do. I love you for it. I love that you're not afraid to ask the questions and hold whoever it is, like, you'll call them out. And I think it's huge. I do.
You know, it's not even a choice. It really, you know, it just, like, it comes out of my mouth. I'm shocked at how not scared of anyone I am anymore. I'm 48, and I just don't care anymore. You know, I mean, life's short, and I got things to say. Oh, I'm gonna become a lawyer. I'm gonna try anyway.
I'm excited for you. You will be, I think you will like it. I think you will enjoy it.
Well, I have met so many, no offense to you, you're obviously not one, but I have met, being involved in politics, so many idiots with law degrees that I was like, if they can do it, I can do it. My God. I mean, look at, like, most of the people in the federal, like if JD Vance can get a law degree, I can get a law degree. Come on. Can't be that hard.
Well, like I said, I think I told you before, you let me know if I can, if you got any questions for me, I'm happy to tell you what I've learned, and does work, doesn't work.
I'll definitely need to hit you up for a reference letter when I go to college. Washburn.
You do it. You do it.
But I got to take a few classes at Fort Hays to kind of get prepped, and then I got to get really straight A's in them so that my GPA gets brought up, because it's not the greatest from before. But I was like a working mom, and I went to school from 1997 to 2015. Pretty steadily. 2-3 classes at a time. I had 4 kids along the way, so I missed a few years there with that. But I pretty steadily took classes from 1997 to 2015, and I technically have enough for, like, a master's, but.
Well, you already have your undergrad degree?
Pretty much. I mean, I just got to take, like, 18 credits of anything I want at Fort Hays, because I switched schools, and, like, I took all the classes for an integrated marketing communication, integrated marketing communication degree from WSU with a minor in political science and a minor in entrepreneurship, but I needed to take a 5-hour like foreign language class, and I wasted money on it twice. I dropped once, I failed another time, and I was like, I'm not going to be able to do this. So then I went to Fort Hayes, but then you have to get 30 hours at their school to get the paper. But I have like 170 hours or something.
Well, I'm excited for you to do it then. I think you'll do great things, but you already are. And I do appreciate you and I kind of kicked this off together because we were just like, and then we just sat there for 3 hours, just mad as hell.
3 hours, and then we're like, oh no, we need to leave. We got lives to get to. Yeah, and I've gotten the interviews down pretty good. Like the primary interviews were all like less than an hour. But by this point, they have like their platforms all out there. I don't really need to cover all the questions, the primary interviews was mostly like, why should they vote for you over the other Democrat or whatever, People don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk, bad about their opponents, but I need to know why vote for you over the other Democrat, So that's an important decision. I think this
Go ahead.
The vote no amendment's going to really be telling of how the general's going to go. And I suspect it's not going to pass. And it's going to be a signal to the Republicans that this take Kansas back baloney that they're saying, Ty Masterson's saying, is not being bought. So I have my theories based on what, the hubbub I see online and everywhere else and the people I meet and talk to. That Trump does not have the hold on Kansas Republican voters. I mean, did you see that thing? It was like, something wallet. It came out the other day that Kansas is the #1 state for like financial insecurity. There's more people here that are not doing well financially than any other state in the country or something like that.
Everybody's hurting, and that's the thing, right?
And it's like #1.
But I think people, I think we just need to figure out, what do we want this to be? How do we make it work for us all? How do we make it better for us all? And then let's just go and do it. I think we got to stop caring about, who got us here, who's more to blame, whatever. I wasn't there. I was, living my life, making my family and raising my kids and voting how I was supposed to vote, so we were all subject to a vote, right? We had 2 options to choose from, or maybe there were others, but it wasn't going to mean anything, right?
Yeah.
And our system is broken. Make no mistake. Like, it is, we don't live, I said the other day, we don't live in a democracy. We live where 2 parties want to be kingmakers, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
2 competing parties. And the people are just political fodder, political pawns, whatever you want to call us, right? Like, they don't care about any of us anymore. And the people are starting to realize that. And I think that that's huge. And I think that, it's going to be all of us together to get through this and get out on the other side and make it where we won't be here.
Somebody made a comment on Facebook earlier today to a guy that was saying, like, the government has the right to do something. And she said, the government has no rights. They have responsibilities. All the power that they have has been, the only power they have is via our consent, basically. But the government doesn't have rights. It has responsibilities.
Yeah.
And then, one of the Wichita City Council members, Glasscock, made a statement at a city council meeting about how the government's not a charity. The goal is law enforcement and enforcement of law. And I was like, and so I did my fact check on him. I still have to do the other 2. I have a 3-part series I'm doing on it. It made me so mad. So I was like, fact checking, what the founding fathers said about the establishment of the United States government and what its roles and responsibilities were. And then I'm going to go look at the Kansas and when we founded this and what they said the roles and responsibilities were. And then I'm going to go dig up the Wichita and look at what the Wichita original, what they said the Wichita government was for. And yes, law enforcement, creation of laws is part of it. But the ultimate goal is they're supposed to be protecting us from
right.
protecting our rights. Taking care of us or quit taking our money. That's my, I mean, it makes me sound like a libertarian, but I don't know what else to do. If you're not going to use our money for the betterment of society, to take care of us, to keep our roads clear and our trees trimmed and people fed and in houses and with health care and proper education, then quit taking it so that we can take care of ourselves and each other.
Yeah.
Because I don't see that we have plenty of money. Um, we have plenty of money at the city and the state and the county. There's plenty of money. It's a priority problem, and nothing stable is ever built from the top down. That's my new line.
I
We
think
have
that's
to.
a good motto to have.
I had a thing the other day, like economic development, right? If like rethinking what that means, because say you have a little town of 1,000 people and 300 people need jobs and they're good at manufacturing widgets. So right now what we do is we entice the widget factory people, corporate people to come in here and we give them incentives and we give them property tax things and we give them all this money to come in here to give us jobs so that we, at whatever rate they want to pay us, and so that we can then pay the taxes they aren't paying. And then most of the profits don't even stay here because they go to some corporation that could be in a whole nother country. And instead, we could have just invested that money to build the widget factory. And then those 300 people would own the widget factory. We would invest in the people and then they would own the factory. And then all the profits, all the taxes, all the benefit stays right here. And the outcome's the same. We get a widget factory and 300 jobs. So, like, that's economic development I can get behind. But I am done giving tax breaks, tax abatements, bonds, whatever stupid thing they want to call them, to try to entice people to come here to give us jobs for the pleasure of working for them for their profit, and it just doesn't seem, it just seems backwards to me. People should want to build factories here or move their businesses here because we have a well-educated, healthy, stable, happy workforce, right? Our people, if we were investing in our people, they would be the draw, not free tax breaks or less regulations or whatever
We
it is.
definitely need to ensure that anybody that's trying to come in is benefiting the communities that they're coming into and not drawing away from them. And like the tax abatements that you say, and
Yeah.
and just these incentives to bring them here when they're going to create maybe a handful of jobs for a handful of people that probably they're going to bring in from other places. And then those jobs will go away. And
Well, I mean,
there will
even
be
if they're going to be a lot of jobs like Boeing coming back to Wichita, right? Yay. Boeing's entire facility is tax exempt from property tax forever because of some abatement. And then they got $1 million in incentives to come back and take over, the one that closed, Spirit. And so we've had Boeing before, right? And guess what? As soon as Boeing feels like it's not profitable, they'll abandon us again.
Yep.
As soon as they feel like they need to, they'll lay everybody off. They don't care. That's not stability. That's
Companies
not.
need ties to the community. They
Yeah,
do.
no ties to the community. And yeah, they're good jobs when you have them, when they're not laying you off and you're not fighting for everything that you get. And the only reason aircraft gets what they get in Wichita now is because of unions. And it used to be really good pay, and now it's just not. It's not that good, comparatively speaking, to what it used to be. And I just think that I mean, obviously we can't build an airplane factory, but I'm just saying, like, I just don't see why we can't just invest in the people, and then we're not giving them a job, we're giving them a future, we're giving them part ownership of a business, we're giving them, it's all the same 300 people that run that factory, right? From the top CEO to the bottom janitor. There are 300 people from that town that are working at that widget facility. Nobody that actually owns the company usually works at it. They're somewhere else, in their corporate office somewhere or something. So why not just build the widget facility for the 300 people to own and work at, for the town to thrive? It'd probably be less money. And it would be less money, because at the end of the day, like I said, all the profits would stay here. All the taxes would stay here.
Well, when are you going to run for office, Kansas Ellen?
Oh, God, people keep asking me that lately. I don't think Kansas is ready for me. Maybe y'all be ready by 2028.
Well,
because
the sooner you run, the sooner you test that, you push them towards you a little bit.
I mean, because I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and they're not going to like it. And I don't stand for the pledge, and I don't pray. And that'd be right off the bat obnoxious. But I don't know, 2028 maybe. And I've actually kicking around like city council more than state even. But
yeah, I think that those are. I mean, we need good people up and down. So
I think that when the time's right and the opportunity presents itself, I'll know, and I'll be ready. But I mean, if I never run for office, I really don't. I really hope I don't have to, right? I really do like supporting people behind the scenes and being somebody that the political people know, but the masses don't. I don't like knocking on doors. I don't like having a bunch of conversations with people. It's exhausting. So yeah, I would rather be somebody that the people in the know, but nobody out there really knows who I am.
Fair
Other
enough.
than Kansas Helen. I mean, I did get fangirled in Wichita. I went to I went to a couple Saturdays ago to a homeless outreach thing down south by Chaplin Park. There's that encampment. It's been there for 10 years. And brought them some water and stuff, and I got a couple good interviews with a couple people. One, Robert, he no longer stays there, but he comes back and visits because it's his community. And then the woman got her apartment on Wednesday, but she'd been down there 2.5 years. And just their story, and basically they got hurt and couldn't work anymore. That's essentially what the short of it is. And it just spirals, and it happens very quickly. And so that's kind of what I want to go. I want to see if I can go stay down there with them in their encampment. I guess there's ghosts or something. I'm just trying to find some ghost hunter friends to get some attention. But they have rules and they have a community, and they've been, like I said, they've been there 10 years, and suddenly it's a problem, I guess. But
I was talking at our 4th of July thing before it was raining and stuff, and there were some people there who were homeless, and I was talking to them. I got to feed them a little bit and stuff, and they were telling me about their experiences and how they've just been they just sweep through and then they move and then there's nowhere to go. And a lot of it comes down to mental health and people running into exactly what you said, just situations that they can't get out of. And it happens so fast. And it's just, it's a growing problem that I hear from more and more people. And I don't know if the general public recognizes that this is becoming people are becoming destitute just so.
Well, Sedgwick County had 2,077 people, households in 2025 experience homelessness for the first time, which is double what it was in 2020.
Wow. Yeah,
and
it's a growing problem, and it's going to be something we're going to have to address it. It's not sustainable the way that we're heading right now. So.
It's not sustainable, and You know, I'm technically homeless. I was just writing my little speech that I'm going to hopefully give August 4th at City Council about how um human about how housing is a human right, and about all the hate I got on on exposing Wichita for saying that, way more than railing against the police. The most vile things were said. Somebody said that we should just shoot them all because bullets are cheap. Um, and I'm homeless. I've been homeless this whole time. I mean, April of last year, we finally had to just admit defeat and move into a camper in my daughter's driveway. And we were there till November, and it got a little too cold. So we kind of smushed into the house. And I have 2 dogs and 3 cats in there at the time. I only have 2 now. But in a camper, 27-foot camper with my husband, a little bit too much closeness for my liking. And yeah, and so and then they, were able to get a bigger house, so we have, where I'm sitting at now. And then I stay at my son's. We give him a little bit of money, and I stay there when I'm in Wichita, which is about half the time right now. And but I'm still technically homeless because I work part-time for the state now, for the state of Kansas, and I make like, it's a very low level, low stress job, so it doesn't pay very much, which is fine because I don't want a job that pays me, it stresses me out. And so but yeah, I'm still technically homeless. So this whole time I've been doing Kansas Helen and exposing Wichita, all this stuff I've done while homeless.
Wow.
And I
I
currently
didn't
feel
do
like,
that.
there's not a lot of hope that I'll ever have money again. I mean, even if I become a lawyer, I'm not. Somebody said to me, well, you only have like 10 years to actually make money, because I'm 48, or maybe 15 years. And I was like, I don't really care about making money. It's that once or twice a week, someone comes to me on exposing Wichita, telling me something horrible, law enforcement, or somebody has done to them that somehow involves the city or law enforcement. And at the end of the day, it comes down to, you need a lawyer. And so I want to be able to help those people when they need a lawyer. A lot of times, it's just filing a thing, you just got to know what form to file and where to file it. So
You want to help. You want
that's
to help see justice. Well, speaking
uh-huh.
of that, you want to tell the people really quickly. I don't know. Do we have somebody else coming on? Jason. Okay, so Jason Hart at 9:30. So we have about 8 minutes until Jason Hart's going to come on. But do you want to tell people about the work you've been doing? DeAndre Hill.
DeAndre Hill was killed by the Wichita Police Department January 20th. I have a whole series on it. I just put out a digestible version of my policies and procedures analysis that breaks it all down and says exactly what they did wrong. And it's pretty blatant that he should not be dead. His mother and sister will be talking at the Wichita City Council meeting August 4th as well. And, if people can make it out Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., August 4th, wear blue. Yeah. I was going to say, another reason I want to be a lawyer is because a lot of people are like, well, what experience do you have to be able to speak on this? And I want to be like, I'm a lawyer, bitch. That's like half the reason I want to be a lawyer, is just so I can shut people down.
Then they won't care. I promise. They still won't care.
I know. They're like, you're still a lady. You're still a woman with a tiny brain. Science.
Well,
No.
be sure to
Anyway.
drop any links that you want to share with people in the comments, so that they know
Yeah.
how to get in touch with you and follow you and all of those things. And and
Yes.
thank you for hopping on with
It's
us.
pretty easy. Just look for Kansas Helen. There's only one of
Kansas
me.
Helen.
Just Google Kansas Helen. You'll find me.
And go see your interviews with the candidates. Find out more information about them. She does ask the hard questions. She will. So.
I'm apparently the Kansas House expert.
I love it.
Right now. So
well, thank you so much, Helen. It's been great getting to know you.
I will be watching on Tuesday at the watch party.
Yes, we're excited.
Good luck, everybody! Vote for Ann.
Thank you.
I already did.
Me too.
I told my mama to vote for you. So.
Thank you.
Also, my
really appreciate it.
my aunt is voting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got at least 5 people voting for you that I know of for sure. So I have your sign in my yard too.
Do you? Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got signs.
Nobody
love it.
stole it. They stole my no sign, vote no sign, but they didn't steal that.
Do they
one.
really? Oh, so
Yeah.
they don't hate me that much yet.
They don't.
They have to Google me and then they'll be back.
No. Who could hate you? All right. Well, good
You
luck,
take care,
Ann.
Helen.
Take care, Helen.
We'll
I'll be
talk
rooting for
soon.
you. Bye.
We love Casey Soler up here. I've watched so many of her podcast episodes. It's not even funny. It's like
She's great.
it's my favorite pastime right now. Besides watching your videos and Sarah's videos, I'm also I practically stalk your guys' pages. Like, in fact, check
All the views are Sophia now. Sophia and
literally
we
like
talked about that, right?
literally like you need to check your Facebook.
It was just
That's right. You keep telling me.
You need to check your Facebook.
I like it.
It's coming from inside the house.
It is quite literally.
That's fun. Okay.
You see it?
I'm looking. Oh yeah.
Sarah Holcher just followed me on Facebook.
Oh, that's great.
That like literally.
I love it. You can take good pictures, Sophia.
Huh?
You take really good pictures.
Thank you.
I mean, except for that one on your phone. But other than that,
Yeah, feel free to like the post.
I love it.
I love it when people like my posts. I love it. It just gives me a sense of happiness. Literally, I can't even.
I'm gonna ask him. I haven't heard the motel story.
Who, Jason Hart? Is that who's on next?
Yeah. Have you heard the motel story?
The what?
Somebody needs to message Patrick Schmidt and who else are we missing here?
Murray.
Murray was supposed to come on.
Yeah, he was supposed to be here at 9.
He didn't come. Eric Murray, you didn't come.
Eric!
All right. What's up, Bowtie Jason?
Hey, I don't have the bow tie on because it's after hours.
So
You've also got
tell
me down.
everybody who the heck you are, in case they don't know.
I am, well, I'm one of the candidates that's been running for United States Senate. I'm the other lawyer in the field. And as you and I have discussed, you know, we are both the most qualified by virtue of the fact that we actually understand what needs to be done and how to do it for this job. I'm the former sex crimes prosecutor, the 16-year Department of Justice candidate. I am the guy who quit his job because I got so brokenhearted and sad and angry about what was happening to our democracy. All those things.
So, okay, so I have not got to hear it yet. So I want to hear the bow tie story.
Oh, you haven't heard that?
I have not heard it.
Oh my gosh, Ann. So
I try to avoid you in public.
Oh, you're ridiculous. That is so not true. Oh my gosh. I still remember you from our very first meeting at Washington days, and you were kind then, and you've always been kind, and I appreciate that about you. So for the 20 plus years I've been a public servant, I started out in domestic violence cases and child abuse cases. And then I moved into sex crimes and then child sex crimes and all that stuff. And I've been in that space for a long period of time. And what I found is that when I would meet with kids who had been traumatized, either by virtue of what happened to them or what they witnessed, if I met with them and I was wearing a necktie, it was like they were meeting with their principal and they thought they were in trouble. And their trauma brain just shut them down, and it was bad news bears. We couldn't get any work done. If I wore a bow tie, that completely changed the dynamic. It sort of hit the reset button on their trauma brain and got them to a place where they could like be comfortable, or if they're a teenager, they would totally make fun of me for wearing a bow tie. And when I didn't respond negatively, it was, oh, this guy's cool. There's no judgment. And so I found that it was a very simple way to help kids feel safe. And I'm like, if wearing a bow tie does all that, I will wear this stupid bow tie.
All right.
That's where it came from. And my team, when they found out that was why I wore the bow tie, because they were like, why do you wear a bow tie? I was like, there's a reason. They're like, you have to keep wearing the bow tie. And I'm like, seriously? I quit my job so I wouldn't have to wear a suit or a tie. And I'm like, well, I'll wear the tie, but I'm not wearing the suit anymore.
Well, that is a lovely reason why
it really is.
On the bow ties, I'll stop judging you so much about this.
It's okay. Hey, my mom made half of my bow ties, and I got a bunch of them because she
makes them.
Oh yeah, 100%. She is an extraordinarily talented seamstress.
That's adorable. I love that. You know what? I started sewing. So during the pandemic, I don't know if you want to talk politics, but I'll just tell you this anyway.
I don't care.
I started sewing. I sewed the masks for people. I did that.
Yeah.
And I figured out, I taught myself to crochet and almost taught myself to knit. And I was making my husband a linen sports jacket.
Oh, wow.
And it's not complete, to say the least. I got stuck at the collar, man. Maybe I'll call your mom.
I know, my mom, she made Julia's wedding dress and all of the bridesmaids' dresses. She made when I was way back in high school, she made my girlfriend's prom dress and my vest and all that. Oh yeah, okay. She missed her calling and became a social worker instead, which was, I'm like, you should have gone into fashion design or whatever. I don't know, fashion design, but at least making clothes. And so she still does that now, doing farmers markets and craft fairs and all that stuff. So it's great.
Very
fun.
Cool. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
So is she out in your area?
She's in Marion, Kansas. My folks divorced. Yeah, well, ish. I mean, Marion is the middle of someplace between here and Emporia, so it's not really close to where Marion.
Oh, Marion.
Marion, like the librarian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not Miriam.
Got it.
No, it is a tiny little. It's about 45 minutes north of here. My boys love it because they live on a lake, and so the boys go up and we go fishing, and
I love that.
They're catching fish about that big. Nothing as big as what Roger Marshall puts on Facebook, but if you hold that fish way out like this, it looks really big.
I think we said we think he just changes the background and recycles the same photo of the same
100%. And I don't know that I've ever seen somebody who can smile with his teeth so much and not his eyes. I'm like, my God. Like, dude, that is not a good look. So
you've never run for office before. I've never run for office before.
Oh, no.
Like you said, we're both lawyers, so we were, in a different kind of a world. Has this been anything like you imagined it would be?
Oh, no. I mean, I knew it would be bad and it would be difficult. And I mean, I fully expected the Democratic Party to look at me like I had a third eyeball and 8 tentacles. And they have proven true to form on that. But it has been more challenging than what I expected. But also there's been other parts of it that have been just awesome and profoundly excellent, like the relationships I have with like you and Kevin Latz and Sandy, meeting some of the other folks. And it's really kind of funny. I learned a thing when I was in McPherson and bringing, I got really excited about Bobby Robertson there and was helping her out. And she's kind of introverted. And her campaign manager talked about, lift while you climb. And I'm like, that's 100% a thing, is like bringing along these other candidates and helping them, like Lori Wood out west. And I'm like, well, I'm from out west. Let's get you going. And if it helps you, I will do the sing your praises while we're talking with folks. And what's funny is I started doing that, and then Eric Murray started doing it, and I'm like, well, good job. It's infectious.
I think it's great because so many of us are trying to, make a difference where we can make a difference. And, when we're like, yes, if I become a senator, I can make a difference that way, but I got to do something along the way. I got to make sure that I've done something to help. Yeah.
And elevate
the
profiles of folks. The couple of things I know that, my big thing was I want folks to be held accountable, and I'm not interested in us doing the whole like kumbaya and let's get together and let's do bipartisanship. Cause I'm like, we have been doing that for 30 plus years. And I don't know when we're going to figure out that the other side, there's a group of them that just they use that as an opportunity to just say no. And we need to, strike while the iron's hot and move forward on the things that we can and get the policies that work for people instead of trying to like, well, let me do something that you'll agree with so we can call it bipartisan. I'm like, screw that. Let's call it democratic and let's show these folks what needs to happen. And I feel like that, I remember listening to like Christy talking about how she could get along with Pat Proctor. And that was one of the first things I remember at Washington Days, her talking about that. And that conversation does not happen as much. I don't feel like there's as much talking about how well you can get along with folks. And now it's more how much you, as a candidate, will advocate or fight or whatever the rhetoric you want to use and try to move the policy forward. And I feel like that's something that, we added sort of that value of that conversation and sort of changed the rhetoric of everybody get along. And it's like, no, we are here to get some work done. Anyway.
Yeah. And I think
I wasn't expecting to talk politics with you. I was expecting to talk what was the best food you've had on the trail.
Well, what was the best food you've had on the trail?
Down in Baxter Springs, I stopped by the Monarch Pharmacy and Soda Fountain, and I got a salted caramel malt, and I liked it so much. The next time I was back down there, I took my chief of staff and I said, Matt, you have to have this. And he was like, oh, I gotta get. And he was really grumpy about it. And then he got it and he tried it. And he's like, actually, that was the best malt I've had it in. He couldn't even remember. That was probably one of the best things.
Your favorite food been on the trail?
Yeah. What was your favorite?
Okay, so mine is actually not necessarily mine, but I took my daughter to the diner in Larned, and she had a burger, and it was like the best burger she's ever had. Like
Right.
I felt really bad because she was like, Mom, this is better than McDonald's. And I was like, oh, you poor city child.
No, but that's a real, that you have elevated, you have introduced her to a new thing.
Well, and so she insisted on going with me when I was out for Gove County, and she made me take her back for it, just for that burger. Like, that was it.
That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah,
one of the other like really, really good meals I had was in Hayes at Gella's Diner, and I've been there before. It is the Liquid Bread Brewing Company. It's the diner side of it, and I don't remember exactly what it was. I know it was. Actually, I do. It was the pork chop, and Matt had the lamb, which I'm not a fan of lamb, but it was. I don't remember what we had been doing. It had been a long day, a lot of time in the saddle. And that meal was exquisite.
Yeah.
It was just so good. Yeah.
Well, okay. So August 4th is now almost just 6 days away.
Yeah.
Are you ready for it?
Oh, yeah. 100%. I mean,
are you voting for me?
You're not in my district. Oh wait.
Oh no, it's the whole state. You can vote for me.
You're not gerrymandered out? I figured you were gerrymandered out.
No, not gerrymandered out.
Hang on. You're not on the Johnson County website, are you? I mean,
that I really don't know. I have absolutely no idea.
She's not. So basically, Johnson County Democrats have been really shady, and they've left several candidates off of their.
Oh, I know. I'm one of them.
He's one of them. He wasn't one either.
Him too.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Miranda, that's all right.
This is Sophia, actually.
Oh, Sophia, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you there. I assume.
Sophia, yes. Sophia does a lot of.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Oh, hi, Sophia. It's good to see you again. I'm
she's
sure I've
boots
seen you.
on the ground. She's a good kid.
No, that is probably the thing I was most surprised by is some of the overt BS-ery from the larger cities. And what's really funny, the further east you go, the more, what is it, cloistered and like Kingmaker, and the farther west you go, they are just so happy to see you.
It's so. I've met some of the best people I've ever met out in Western Kansas.
Serious as a heart attack, a true story.
And those are the people, right? Like those are the people that really are who we're so hard for, because these people they've been working, they've been trying to navigate this, and they fight and they dedicate so much of their time. And even a lot of the people here too, you know, they get a bad rep because of the decisions of a handful of people. But there are some people here that, you know, they've been fighting tooth and nail, and they've been trying to make it better from within. And I've been able to connect with a lot of them, and it's just, I see them. I saw one of them in particular I met right either on election day or right after election day last year. And I mean, she was just worn out. She was exhausted. She had put so much of herself into it, and she gets no appreciation, right? Like she gets nobody fighting for her.
Well,
what we're doing isn't working.
And this is a thing that, you know, I grew up in Southwest Kansas, as you well know, and I remember when that part of the state tried to secede from the rest of the state because of funding, school funding, that was all going to Johnson County. And those resentments, which were those were geographical resentments, they persist even to this day. And I don't feel like folks quite got it, of like, we have to put boots on the ground and we have to be going to them and not just expect them to come along with us. And there's candidates like you and Kevin Latz, and to some degree, I think Noah Taylor and Adam Hamilton. Eric got on there a little bit later and would get out there, but it took a minute, I think, for folks to quite kind of figure out, even though the numbers are not very big, there's a lot of numbers out there when you think about the spread of the counties. There's not one individual county, but that's what kills us, is the fact that there's
that's why, that's why we're out on the ground. That's why people are going door to door. That's why we're doing whip drops. That's why, that's why we travel literally all over the state.
And it's really hard for you guys because that's like a 7-hour trip for y'all. And that, I remember doing that when I was at the AG's office. That is a long drive down to Liberal and me.
But I mean, and that's the thing, is like, that's the job. Like, that's what I'm asking.
Right.
Everybody should be able to have an equal opportunity to meet someone that's asking to do this. Now, I have not yet made it to all 105 counties because I'm going to keep going after I win the primary next week. But genuinely, like, they need the opportunity to meet people. We need 100%. To let them understand, hey, you are important and you matter, and we're going to work for you too.
One of the things that
so important to vote for this season around, she has been, she's an awesome person, and I think that people should absolutely go vote for her because she cares about the people, she cares about the issues in the state and the country, and it's like she loves everyone that she meets, and getting to meet people in on the campaign trail has been a blessing for all of us, including myself.
Oh yeah.
Driving
Well, the
all
nice
over the
thing
state.
is when you and there's been a lot of times when you've brought your family along, and I've got to meet your family, and what that tells me is, when your family is invested in the whole thing, and you're willing to bring the family along, that is a commitment that a lot of the candidates don't have. This is my community, and I'm not worried about you or what you're going to say. I'm here to be open and transparent. And one of the things that I like about you, that you and I kind of both talked about this, is if I do this job right, I only have to do one term. And I don't really want to go to DC, but we need something changed, and we need to give folks the opportunity to have the candidate that they can vote for. I was listening to somebody, I think it was Kansas Helen, or it may have been somebody earlier, who was talking about there's just not any I don't like to vote for a candidate unless it's a candidate I'd really like. And I'm like, my God, if you can't find a candidate in this race that you like, affirmatively like, you are not paying attention, because we have a huge diversity of candidates that bring a wide variety of skill sets to the race. And man, there's so much available right now, and I love the fact that there is so much diversity of experience. And you and I have talked about that. Not everybody has the same level of experience, and there may be some folks that probably would be better off running in a different race, but hey, they're in it and rock and roll. They're trying to make a difference, and kudos to them.
Yeah, and it's all hands on deck. It's we gotta do what's right for the country.
100%. Yeah, because it is a, you and I have talked about this. It's like there's a fire, the house is on fire, and we have arsonists that are running around lighting more fires. And while we're trying to put the house out so that it remains standing, we also got to get rid of these arsonists. And if it's just one of us, or approach from just this particular tier, it's not very effective. You've got to get it all the way up and down. And whether it's Colin McRoberts or Lauren Reinhold or even Craig Musser, who you were talking about earlier, that guy is. I love the fact he's given Tracy Mann run for his money in the primary in the District 1. I'm like, at a kid. Listening to him out at Quinter, I was like, good job on you, bud. You sound a lot more moderate than I think most Republicans.
He is. He seems like really. I genuinely, I think he's just a normal person, just trying to do something.
100%. Were you were at the Freedom Palooza here in Wichita, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you heard Frank McCullum, the guy who's running against Ron Estes.
Yes.
Again, another guy. Now, he reminded me, his nature of his speech reminded me of Porky Pig, because he was so nervous, but his heart is completely in the right place. And I'm listening to him while he's running as a Republican. I'm like, that guy sounded like a Democrat to me.
I mean, he sounded like he was a nice person that just trying to. What was his name again? Because I can never remember it.
I think it was Frank McCullum.
McCullough. Okay. All right. Well, good deal. Well, okay, Jason. Well, thank you so much for joining me. This was fun. We'll see what happens August 4th, and I'll be interested. Where are you doing your watch party? Are you having one, or are you?
I'm not doing a watch party. My family and I, we're going to be heading off to. We're going to be traveling that day, and so I will be with my boys, my lovely bride, and my bonus boy. And if somebody needs to get a hold of me, they can get a hold of me by phone. But I'm like, at that point, there's nothing else I'm going to do. And I think I'm not a big fan of the whole throwing a party thing, because, I mean, what's the point? I'm like, by the time it's going to be like 3 a.m. before we know what's happening, given the number of candidates in this particular race. And I'm going to be asleep by then, man.
Unless it's immediate, and then we know immediately. That's funny. Well,
mm.
safe travels, and good luck. 6 days to go, and we'll see what happens. But
Am
go
I going
vote
to
for
see
me,
you
Jason.
out? Am I going to see
Go
you
vote
out
for him.
anywhere between the now and August 4th? Are you going to be in Fort Scott?
No, I think I'm going to. There's an AFL-CIO event that I'm supposed to go to that night.
Okay, rock and roll. I've got a couple of
Yes.
different ones in random
Yeah, Fort
places.
Scott
but-
is nice. I met if you run into a lady named Jennifer there, tell her I said hey.
I will. I will. All right.
quality, so.
I'll see you later. And
All right, take
always
care.
a pleasure. Once this all gets done, let's go grab that burger at that diner.
All right, y'all have a good night, Jason.
Yeah.
That's funny. Are we muted? doggy break while we're waiting. All right.
Is that his dog?
Yeah,
It's sleeping. Oh my god.
Cute. Oh, that's so cute. I love we have animals. So we got Eric Murray coming on.
There you go.
Oh. And we get Alyssa too. Lucky us. No offense, Eric, but I do love your daughter slightly more. But only slightly.
Okay, so do thousands of Kansans agree.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead, will you introduce both of you introduce yourselves for us so everybody here knows who you are?
Yeah. For sure. Sorry, turning up the volume. Go first, Liz.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name's Alyssa. I'm Eric's oldest daughter, and also been helping with him with campaign managing. I'm 24. I'm a senior at Stanford studying comparative studies in race and ethnicity on the politics, policy, and equity track, which means I look at policy, specifically healthcare policy or education policy, with a specific lens for racial and ethnic disparities in access and outcomes. Yeah, my background is more student organizing than anything. I'm a policy nerd, so I love research and writing, and this has really been my first foray into the political sphere with my dad here. So that's a little about me.
Really cool. I did not know all that about you. I knew you were at Stanford, and I was already impressed with that. But wow, so this is amazing. Now I have even more respect for you. So that's really cool, Alyssa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, everyone loves Alyssa, and that's been cool. So I'm Eric Murray. I am running, as Ann knows, but for Ann's guest here, I'm running for the United States Senate. We're all running against Roger Marshall. He doesn't show up, so we've all been showing up in counties all over the state. A lot of folks have gotten to know Alyssa and I, and you're right, everybody loves Liz. And yeah, I mean, we're all fighting for a better future. When folks like Roger are running away from our communities, we're finding that there's a lot of challenges that folks all over Kansas are facing, and we're all stepping up to the challenge to be the government that people deserve, not politics, not parties, not billionaires and donors, but literally putting people first. So thanks for having us on.
Yeah, 100%. One thing that I have really appreciated about you since we met was that you have always been very clear that we have to win this. However it goes August 4th, it is, it's bigger than any one of us. And that's been my mentality from the beginning. And so I've very much appreciated that from you because you have always been clear about that. We've got to win. Yes, we're going to run this race. Right. We're going to be opponents in this race. But ultimately, we're not running against each other. We're running for something better. And I love that. Right. So,
yep.
So tell us, have you ever run for office before?
Never. I mean, I hate politics and most politicians, but in this moment, I felt like this is why, we needed normal people like you and I to step up. Washington has enough politicians. Certainly these, old people that have been there for 100 years and are clinging to power while even sadly in the U.S. Senate, we've got folks that are barely clinging to life, that are clinging to power, and that are not, being representative or responsive to our communities. And so I've never run for political office. You know how it goes. I hoped I would never have to run for office. First, you wish they would do better. Then you decide to get involved and knock doors or donate or write letters. Then you actually get involved. I've been involved with the campaign for a U.S. senator. And then finally you're like, oh my gosh, I've just got to do it myself. And so we all reach that point of like, this is bad. And I mean, this, Ann, as we've been traveling to every corner of this state, Kansans are struggling. Wallet Hub just put out an article yesterday that said Kansas is dead last across 6 financial metrics, where Kansans are struggling worse than anyone else in this country on credit scores, on credit card debt, on emergency loans, on payday loans, basically all the indicators of financial health. Kansans are struggling, and we're seeing it in every county across this state. We all deserve better. And so yeah, I did not want to be a politician, and hopefully I'm never a politician, because I think politicians do things for politics and parties, and we need people that care more about each other and humanity and decency and kindness and solving problems instead of all this chaos.
We need public servants.
That's right.
And that's what we're missing. Yeah, I agree with you. And you're so right. And it doesn't matter what, label you put on a person. Everybody is struggling right now. It's not, it's not a left versus right. It's all of Kansas. Whether you would be considered a little bit wealthier or a little bit on the lower middle class side or whatever, it's everybody. And it's not, we're all in it together, and we genuinely are. And I think the sooner that people realize that, and one thing, you and I age, we're both millennials, slightly older, so we'll put that out there, but 44 and 43. I was just thinking earlier today, and I don't know what it was, but I wonder what the average age of Congress was, in the 80s versus what it is now, because I'm not one to, be ageist or anything like that. I have a lot of respect for my elders. There is something to be said about lived experience and wisdom that you can't get anywhere else. But there's also something to be said for, hey, the rest of us have to live in this world you're destroying over there. Please let us have a turn, and just having young people who understand the technology that we're facing and all of these new things that are coming up that I genuinely, I don't think that they understand, and I don't think that they're consulting the people that they should consult about it.
That's right.
And it's almost like they still think of all of us as their children, and so they don't want to let us be the adults, but they're not doing a great job at being adults right now. So
I don't think they think of us as their children.
Was 48 to 50.
They certainly don't care about us like with their children.
Yeah. I don't think they think about us at all. I don't know that they think about us as children. I don't think they think about us at all. But go ahead. You were saying the average age then was what?
What was it?
It was 48 to 50.
48 to 50 back in the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. What is it today? Did it say?
It's actually a lot younger. It's 20s to 30s.
Really?
Yeah.
US?
Or at least new people running for Congress.
Oh,
but
right.
currently it's anywhere from 20s to 80s.
I'll look that one up in the middle of the night
Bigger
tonight.
age range.
I'll just put up now.
But in the U.S. Senate, so to your point, it's not about age. We certainly love and respect our elders. We need their wisdom. It's really more about power. What does power do when it's held in so few hands for so long? Where are the new ideas going to come from? Where are the lived experiences going to come from? A great example, Lindsey Graham. We're all care about humanity here. So irregardless of Lindsey's politics, you've got to, pray for his family at a time like this. Obviously, he did pass away. So may he rest in peace, wherever that is. But the reality is that that seat, he died in office at 71. That seat was held. People don't realize he inherited that seat from a guy named Strom Thurmond, who also died in office at 100. And Strom had held that seat for 40 years. So two people held one Senate seat for 70 years. So where are the new ideas and the new energy? And who's left Washington and gone back to South Carolina and actually said, hey, how is life for normal people? So that lack of perspective when you're clinging to power for 70 years, that's just not good for anybody. So
that's why we need term limits, I'm
a term limit. Are you a term limit person? I think we both are, right?
Yeah. Term limits for sure.
You brought up something interesting when we were in Salina that I didn't know about term limits and how they have been used to shut out minority voices. Will you tell the people? Because I had no idea.
Yeah, so I appreciate this is why you need elders. So we were actually talking to the UAW, and Miss Donna Burks, who is a well-respected leader in the UAW and one of our elders, I was asked that question, and I said, honestly, as I always do, I think we need term limits. I think for the U.S. Senate it should be 12 years or 2 terms. If you can't get it done in 12 years, it's time to pass the baton to somebody else. And she said, well, Eric, I hear you, but you need to understand that historically, when communities of color have finally gotten power, term limits have been used inequitably to take that power away. So I guess it would be an example where you'd maybe say in certain seats or certain races, you're going to have a term limit, but clearly we don't have them in the U.S. Senate. So I have reached back out to her to say I'd love to learn more about that topic, and hopefully she's watching and we can like go on and talk about it. But I also spoke about that in church this weekend. I got asked the same question about term limits, and I said my position is that we absolutely need term limits. I'm a big fan of, 5 or 6 terms in Congress should be plenty. That's 10 or 12 years. 2 terms in the Senate is 12 years. I think we're going to have to address the Supreme Court at somewhere along the lines of 18, 20 years probably. But yeah, nobody should have power forever. But I do point out that, yes, at least one of my elders says to me, Eric, you just need to be aware that in that history, it's not as simple as you make it. I think it's pretty straightforward, but I appreciate that other perspective.
I think those are, the lessons that we have to learn from and make sure we don't repeat mistakes. And so, like you said, that's just such a huge thing for us to be able to have those conversations and for our elders to be able to say, well, hold on, because you need to consider this, because we do. And so I really appreciated that, you shared that with us, and thanks for sharing it again tonight.
This is cool.
Where are you going to be?
You've got stuff, you've got live stream. A comment just popped up on the bottom of the screen. Is that a live comment?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So
Daniel
this is
Lockett
from Daniel. Yeah.
Think of Mitch McConnell.
Think of Mitch McConnell, whose first term in the Senate overlapped with Reagan's, and he's still in office. Yeah. And what about Chuck Grassley? Chuck Grassley's 98. He's been in there a long time. Is Mitch the longest serving? Well, let's just talk about Mitch while we're on it. Andy Beshear has got to, as the governor of that state, he has got to take control of Kentucky and send the Kentucky state troopers, say, go make sure that Mitch McConnell is alive or not, because this is another attempt to steal another seat. If the man is no longer able to perform his duties, the governor of Kentucky should be able to follow the process, follow the law, and appoint someone to that seat. So between what happened, when Merrick Garland was nominated for the Supreme Court and they dragged that out long enough to make it, we have to get back to a government where the rule of law applies irregardless of which party and who's in office, right? So yeah, but I think Andy Beshear only has 5 days. My understanding is that on August 3rd, he loses the right to make that appointment. So we need to go find Mitch McConnell in the next 5 days.
Yeah, I read that too. And I think it's, and that's to your point, like the rules change depending on who's in office, right? They just change the rules. And that's insane. You're the United States Congress. You can't just make the rules up as you go. We're not children on a playground. And it's unreal to me to see what we've been seeing, and exactly what you said. It just felt like, well, my God, nobody's doing anything. I got to go do something, and so I appreciate the more regular people that we see coming to the table to run. I think is gonna, whether we all prevail or not, we're gonna be pushing them, and I think that's something, and I do hope we are able to flip some seats and just get some regular people in there this time around. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens in all the races. Are you having a watch party?
We are. Yes, we just announced it. You want to talk about it? Real quick, I saw Joe Sheree popped up. What's up, Joe? Joe said hello.
Hi, Joe.
This is cool that you've got live followers, and that's awesome.
Yeah, we have a watch party.
This is all my team.
That's awesome.
So cool.
Our watch party is obviously on election night, August 4th. We're doing it after the polls close. Polls close at 7. Reminder, if you're in line before the polls close, stay in line, okay? You can stay in line as long as you're there by 7. Do not leave the polls. But we're doing our watch party for people to come join at 7:30 to 10 at Taqueria Mexico here in Wyandotte County. I think it's 3300 Rainbow Boulevard.
Yep.
So we'll be there, have some good Mexican food, good music. We'll have the TV playing.
We'll have pictures of margaritas is what we're going to have.
Yeah, watch party.
I just want to say to your daughter, I have seen your TikToks on my For You page. I adore you, and Eric, it's nice to meet you. And I look forward to seeing who's going to win. And Anne and Sarah Prue are also having a watch party on August 4th. Yep, at Strips. It's from 6:30 to 10. So if you guys want to stop by, feel free to.
Yeah, if you want to come by,
we'll go there.
we'll
go to yours before. Where is it at?
It's a place called Strips Chicken.
Okay.
You heard of it?
No.
It's in Marion, they said.
Strips Chicken.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've never
sweet.
been,
We'll check it out.
but it's G-rated, so when they told me strips, I was like, wait, can my kids come? I was like, wait, you know who I am?
Yeah.
Anyway, well, that's okay. Where are you going to be next if people want to come say hey?
Oh,
Trying to think, where are we tomorrow? I know we'll be in
You have to
Nicodemus. So obviously, homecoming in Nicodemus is Saturday, so we'll be in Nicodemus all day.
for people who don't know Nicodemus, Nicodemus is Kansas's Black Historic Farm Township.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm really excited. My grandpa is a civil rights activist, so he's told me a lot of Nicodemus history, but I've never been. So we're going to the Black Farmers Homecoming in Nicodemus on Saturday.
Yep. Let's see, where are we? That Saturday feels so far away, so long from now. I'll be back in Wichita on Thursday.
Yeah.
And we're going to be at some county fair on Friday night. I can't decide which one. Are you going to one of the? Have you been to any of the county fairs this week?
I've not been this week. I was at one a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, I don't know. We're still deciding. We've got people at some of them, but I haven't been yet. So I want to take. We didn't do fairs before, so it was actually their first experience. They still haven't gotten on a ride, so I have to see if I can talk them into it. My son will go. My
we'll
daughter
go to
will
one
not.
Friday.
Yeah.
Sunday we have our event.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Sunday we'll be down in Parsons. So and the other ethos of our campaign, to your point on this is bigger than us. This is bigger than just one race. This is bigger than one seat. We're going to beat Roger Marshall. There's 11 people in our primary because everybody knows how beatable Roger is. But this is a moment where we've got to think bigger than beating Roger. And the same horrible things that, Trump and Marshall and Washington are doing to us, sadly, their buddies in Topeka are mistreating our state in the same way. We've got to break the Republican supermajority in Topeka. And so one of the coolest things is all of the House candidates that we're supporting in every corner of the state. There's an amazing young woman, young leader, social worker, active in her community named Taylor Moreland that we are really trying to push to the finish line. And so we've got an event with her in Parsons on Sunday afternoon to kind of help get out the vote. So in every corner of this state, shameless self-promotion here, Ann, don't bother. It's not for me. It's for the House candidates. On our website, there's a House tracker. If you click the House tracker and enter your zip code, you can see which House district you're in and who the candidates are. Look, Joe is giving us both some love. She saw Eric and Ann signs all over KC today. So yeah, that's because we're winning. We're the top two candidates. You didn't get the memo? So anyways, we've got a House tracker. So you can see in every corner of the state who your candidate is. We have a record number of Democratic candidates running to break the supermajority. We really only need to pick up 4 or 5 seats. We should pick up 10, right? We got 60 great candidates running. So Taylor Moreland down in Parsons, Kansas. I shouldn't have started naming names. Now I'm going to leave someone out. Here's the coolest one. Go out to Garden City. Obviously, Western Kansas is a wall of red. Oh, Joe did confirm we are her top 2. Western Kansas is a wall of red. It's hard to get Democrats to run out there. In Garden City, you'll see a spot that's orange. Orange is our color code for when you've got a Democrat running against a Republican incumbent. And Becca Burnfin. Cool, super cool young mom. Her son did a Facebook post with us about, the social media work he's doing for mom. He's like, she's the coolest mom ever. So Becca Burnfin in Garden City. You got Taylor Moreland in Southeast Kansas. North Central Kansas, you got Sherry Cushel. Brenda Bandy in Manhattan. Brenda is dope. So anyways, all of these great House candidates, we've got to support them too. So that's my plug for everybody needs to show up and vote. Ann and I are not going to win this if we can't possibly knock 1 million doors. But each of these House candidates, by working together, we can go and, overcome this perception of Democrats People just don't know the values that Democrats stand for, the leadership that we bring. People blame Democrats, even though I hate to tell you, the Republican supermajority has controlled your legislature for decades now. So, anyways, squirrel.
No, and I appreciate it, and I love that you've got that on your website. I think it's huge, and I do love that you're doing that, because the more good we can do along the way, the better for us all. So I really appreciate you guys hopping on with me tonight. Feel free to drop your link in the comments, and enjoy the last 6 days before the primary. Then enjoy that day, and I hope I see you. Definitely swing by. And Eric, it's been great to get to know you, and I'm glad we got to meet. And Alyssa, I absolutely think the world of you, and I hope you know that. So
yes,
I cannot wait to see what you do.
No, and obviously appreciate your energy. You've brought the fire, you've brought the passion, you've brought the teamwork. I'm gonna be blunt. I mean, I tell it like it is. There are a handful of folks that have jumped into this race that I am not a fan of for a multitude of reasons, but you're one of the real ones. There's a handful of us that are kind of the real ones, and you're one of the real ones. You and I had coffee, oh gosh, probably about a year ago now, sat down at LP and had coffee. And so you were one of the first, you were the first candidate in this race that I met. I've appreciated you. I've enjoyed getting to know you. We're going to do this work. Here's the other thing, Ann. Like you said, you're 43, I'm 44. We're a lot younger than most of these folks. So Father Time is undefeated. We're going to be doing this work to fight for our community, to fight for our values, to fight for our rights. We are going to continue doing this work no matter what happens on Tuesday. So I'm excited about that. And on that note, I did look up Mitch McConnell has been in the Senate for 41 years, but Chuck Grassley has been there for 45 years. Dude is 98 years old. Come on. I think you got to send a 43 or a 44-year-old to the U.S. Senate.
I've been there longer than we've been alive. Wow, that's something.
Exactly.
Like he's either in a rehabilitation facility or he's brain dead, and it's like, honestly,
we'll never know.
I think
we'll never know.
He's brain dead.
That's something that we have to question everything now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to head home and tuck my babies in, I think. Oh wait, Colin's hopping on now.
You're doing a 24-hour marathon?
That's what I've agreed to.
Yep.
What hour? What hour are you in?
It says 5.
Is that a count down or a count up?
We started at like 9:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can't,
so are you gonna go?
I'll be here.
So we have to reset. We're finishing
at like 10:30 tomorrow.
10 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow! So you're only halfway there.
Just pop on live.
Yeah.
We'll be here.
Yeah. So if you get bored at night,
we're gonna hop back on in the morning and just make sure you're still
alive.
You're still going.
Who's
coming on now? You said Colin?
Colin McRoberts is coming on.
Colin McRoberts is dope. I love Colin. All right, we're gonna clear the airwaves for Colin. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you again, and good luck.
So lovely. I'll give one final plug. I always tell people my 2 favorite candidates are Ann and Eric, and should either of them come out of the primary, I'm so excited for November. Should anyone else come out, I will be a lot less enthusiastic.
I love
I'm
you.
joining. Yeah.
Word of advice: keep making your awesome TikToks because
Thank
they're
you.
showing on my FYP. Keep doing that and keep being the awesome person you are.
I have a couple lined up for the next couple of days, so follow me on TikTok too.
All right, we'll see y'all later.
You guys have a good night.
Oh my god, he's sweet.
Yeah,
He's sweet like chocolate.
I absolutely love Alyssa.
I love Alyssa.
It's impossible not to love
How old is
Alyssa.
Alyssa?
She's 24.
She's not farther than she's not too much older than me. Just a couple years old.
Well, I mean, it's gone down 3 degrees.
Should we sing happy birthday?
To who?
It's his birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday,
James.
Happy
birthday to you.
but it's okay.
Nobody
She's
wanted.
just trying to sleep, and David just came home was trying to sleep.
Okay, Colin is joining us now. Have you started drinking yet? So sorry. We're almost done. I'm so sorry.
Hello.
Colin McRoberts, welcome to the live stream.
Did you say you're almost done? I thought you were going for another 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, no, I'm not almost done. I'm going to go home and try to put my babies to bed soon. But I'm almost. It's Angela's husband's birthday, and this is what we forced upon him for the day. So I was telling him that I'm about to leave.
There's worse birthday presents, probably.
Say that again.
There's probably worse birthday presents.
Possibly. Okay, Colin, tell us who you are and what you are doing here.
Hey, I'm Colin McRoberts. I am running for Congress in the 1st District of Kansas, which is basically Lawrence, goes over Topeka, all the way out to Colorado, up to Nebraska, down to Oklahoma. One of the biggest districts in the country. Tons of fun, getting lots of travel, seeing lots of rural Kansas. And I'm here to hang out and support. I really admire what you're doing. This kind of live streaming stuff is bonkers weird to me. I'm just too old to really get it. I keep telling my staff I'm 28, but I think when I fail to understand what a live stream is, they kind of see through that.
Well, how old are you, can I ask?
28.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, we have a question. What is the biggest challenge we faced on the back end of the campaign? Organizing, event planning, volunteer organization, etc. You want to go first?
Back end meaning what? Like after the primary, after the general?
I think it's just the behind the scenes of the campaign. So not what people see.
Boy, that depends on the day. But for me, it's just the constant thinking about what should I be doing right now? Like there's never a time when I should sit down and read a book and relax, because there's always something productive you can be doing. And that's kind of a weight that you just carry through the entire campaign of there is something I could do that would move the ball a little bit further right now. What is it? And then when you're doing it, sometimes you're wondering, is this the thing that's most helpful right now? I went out door knocking today and I'm thinking, okay, should I be calling people? Should I be knocking on doors? Should I be going getting more signs? Like you just never know. The rest of it, I mean, I think it really helps if you've got a good team. I hired a couple of good staffers and I can just go to them and say, do this, and it gets done. And that takes a huge load off. It's a limit to, smaller campaigns like mine. Like I've got a couple of staffers, whereas, somebody running on the national level maybe can have, dozens of staffers. So it limits what you can get done, but it really helps to have also experts who just have run campaigns before and know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think, let's see, the biggest challenge for me, it's asking people for money, especially when I know everybody's struggling for money. I have been very blessed to have really just people that believe in what we're doing. And I know I say this everywhere I go, but it really is just, we're just a group of people that's concerned about the future of our country, and we couldn't sit it out. And this is a way that we figured out that we can do something. So it's been amazing. But I agree with you. There's so much to do all the time, and it can really be very overwhelming and so exhausting. I don't know. Have you had moments where you're just like, I can't anymore. I have to take a moment and just spend it with my kid and my wife, and just get back to, the why of why you're running.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I kind of define it as this is what's best for the campaign right now, because if I can't see my kid at all, I'm done. If I can't see my wife at all, I'm done. Like this, they don't function without that. And so this is what keeps me going and keeps me happy and keeps me focused on things. And it helps that, they're so involved in the campaign. So my wife comes out and helps at events all the time. The kid comes out. He door knocks with us sometimes and he comes to events. So that helps a lot. But I know he and your kids have run around a lot at these events, so I know you're in the same position.
Yes, it was very exciting when they met, because then they just really hit it off. So it was very nice. And when we go places, we have 2 friends with your son's name, and so they're like, "Is it campaign so and so, or is it And I'm like, it's the campaign one.
Yeah. And I heard him
So it's been
walking into some place, probably out in, I think it was Quinter. And he's like, oh, it's Oliver's dad. I thought, oh, that's exactly who I am. I'm Oliver's dad. And I appreciate that.
Yes, they're supporting you because of Oliver. So just that they can't vote. Also, they are not supporting me because they get free stuff from the other candidates. So I wouldn't take it, I'd take it with a grain of salt. But
campaign finance reform, you got to shut that down.
Right? I'm telling you, stop bribing my kids, guys.
I've been pretty lucky that he doesn't mind coming out to the distant events with us. We've taken him out as far as liberal, and he's okay with that. Not all the time, but most of the time. But part of it is that Jenny loves to go antiquing, and so every time we go out somewhere, she wants to see like what do the local antique stores and thrift stores look like. And Ollie has been conditioned to love antiquing because he gets to go out and he knows he's going to get to look at like whatever random busted Transformers they've got, and he loves them. And we were out going to Liberal, and we stopped in some antique store, and he walked past a shelf that had, I forget the name of the Transformer, but it's Cybertron. It's a big planet-sized Transformer, and his eyes just popped out of his head. He couldn't believe this thing was on a shelf there. He could see it, and he realized, oh my God, this is a thrift store. This isn't $200. We can actually get this, and that was fantastic. So he's kind of been conditioned to get stuff out of campaigns too. That might not be healthy in the long run.
Well, I love, I think it's an experience that they'll never forget, right? And, we've talked about, the odds of winning, and I know you're up against an incumbent who's, maybe got the support of some people,
people, some big institutions.
What made you decide to run for? Have you told us? Say that again.
The big institutions, just big corporate money. That's a lot of money because he doesn't get that many personal endorsements and donations. A lot of it is just, John Deere.
Oh, really? So he doesn't even have that much. So, okay. How long has he been in office? Do you know?
6 years.
Oh, okay. So this is just his first. He's up. No.
Yeah.
3. Okay, because he's the House. Yeah.
And before that, he was lieutenant governor for a year. He was kind of a wealthy guy who bought his way into politics. And I've been told, I don't know for a fact that it's true, I've been told that he kind of dropped a huge check on the Farm Bureau to get through his first primary. And then after that, he just coasts on being a Republican in a red district.
It's crazy how much money talks in this. That's supposed to be government of by and for the people, but it's really of by and for the money right now.
And partisanship, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were asking how I got into it, and it was actually Roger Marshall who got me into it, because I went out to Oakley and we were there together. We didn't know each other. We were both in that room when he ran away, and I was taking video at the time. I haven't gone back. I need to actually see you in the video. That'd be so fun. I just haven't looked at it in forever. But it was the drive back to Lawrence. I don't know if I'm in your video or not, because I've looked. We have one video that I'm in. I know for sure. But yeah, I remember, and I didn't know that it was you. Like, we had no idea until we met way later. There wasn't anybody. There was no way you would know me. I'm just a guy. I'm just a big fat bald guy. Like, there's a bunch of me in that audience. So even going back, you'd have a hard time picking me out. And I'll send you, if you remind me later, the folder. I've got just a bunch of little pictures and little snippets of video in there. You can go back and take a look at all those. I'm sure you're in a ton of them because I was just getting around the room. But I was so disgusted with the obvious stuff, like the disrespect and the lying, that honestly part of it was just, I'm a teacher and I can hold down a room and answer hard questions because that's the job. And to see a United States senator be so bad at that job, so incompetent, that particularly disgusted me, because it's just not that hard to answer hard questions, especially, as a United States senator. And he just didn't care enough to even try. And that really disgusted me. So I thought about running against him, thought about holding a couple of town halls and like doing kind of the indivisible thing. And ultimately just kind of took a look at Tracy Mann and realized it's the same problem, the same disease of safe seats. But, there's nobody strong running against him. And that was something I could do that would actually add something. Whereas, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to run a Senate race.
Yeah, well, it's been a trip. And okay, husband and father-in-law and mother-in-law and children are all calling me. So I am going to hop off and go home. But I really appreciate you hopping on, Colin. If you want to finish up by dropping any information that you want to give to people, feel free. Miranda's in charge now, so
And myself
she'll
as
be
well.
and Sophia and Angela's here. But I really appreciate you, and it's been a joy to get to know you and your family. And I look
Thank you so
forward to
much.
seeing what you do one way or another.
You
Good
too.
luck to you,
Colin.
I appreciate it.
and make sure you drop your links in the comment section. Okay.
Will do. Drive safe,
And
and
send
I'll see you next
to your
time. Yeah, I'll
Okay. Let's go.
Let's go ahead and open.
Have fun being a star murmur.
How's it going, guys?
Do you have pierced ears?
I do.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Hello.
Welcome to
They're
NHQ. Ann is on her way
cups
home,
and-
and
Thank you
so.
so much.
You guys are. Oh, they went off.
I can't see it. It's here. Oh wait. Oh, it's a peel back cord. Oh.
How cute.
Oh my god. Are they in?
They might be back.
Maybe they're just in here. Oh. Okay.
They're returning. So we'll wait for them to join again.
While we're waiting for Anne to get home and tuck the kids in, let's check in on Sadie.
Sadie, how we doing?
Sit.
done?